Me?
Sitting in a room.
Can you hear me?
I start to see all of them.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. This is our October 31st, 2024 Strategic Planning Workshop. Thank you to the public and the individuals watching online for attending. We'll start by going around the table and ask everyone to introduce themselves, starting with Heather.
Good morning. My name's Heather Colin. I'm an assistant town manager over projects and growth management.
Stephen Stees, Town Manager.
Chris Forrester, Assistant Town Manager.
Annie Evans, Director of Human Resources.
Marcia Hunter, Town Clerk.
Joe Babquist, Chief of Police.
Kim Jones, Director of Projects and Watershed Resilience.
Kevin Eicher, Director of Growth Management.
Lisa Cunningham, Clerk Report.
Larry Beckler, Director of Public Services.
Natalie Majorkowitz, Director of Finance.
David Nellum, CEO of the Don Ryan Center for Innovation.
Emily Burden, Town Council.
Larry Toomer, Mayor.
Dan Wood, Town Council.
I'm sure Bridget and Fred are coming, so we'll pick them up when they get here, I guess. In the audience, maybe we can start on the front over there and everybody introduce themselves real quick.
Watershed Management. Andrea Marino, Watershed Management.
Donna Lewis, Watershed Management.
What did he say?
I live down the street. Lisa's.
Amanda Denmark, Chair of Planning Commission. Ashley Feaster, Home and Electric Cooperative.
Citizen.
Michael Bell, Jasper Water Sewer Authority Board Member.
With infrastructure consulting and engineering.
I'm a little scared. Wendy Semino with the Communications and Community Outreach Department.
Debbie Spanka, Director of Communications.
Brian Jennings, IT.
Bob Charles, Town of Bluffton IT.
Is that it? Okay, well, welcome, everyone. We'll move into public comment. This is an informal workshop, and we request that any public comments related to agenda items are held until the item has been presented. Please be mindful when making comments and keep your time to 2 to 3 minutes. We have a lot of items to cover and need to be mindful of everyone's time. So is there anyone from the public who would like to make a comment? Go ahead, sir. State your name and where's the microphone?
I'll have to bend this down a little bit. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
Oh, well, I'm Dave Kimball from a little nonprofit organization that we formed 2 years ago called Low Country Bike Walk Advocates. And so I'm here today to advocate for the committee to, not only this year, but in years to come, is to gradually implement bike paths and routes that you all agreed on in 2021. The city signed off on the Beaufort County Connects plan. And I was on that task force that helped create the routes that went into the Beaufort County 40-year comprehensive plan. So today, thank you for this opportunity. Today, I'd like to speak about encouraging you to build another section of the New River Linear Trail. I know next year you're going to pave the trail. Next 2 years you will be paving the trail. And what I'm asking you to do to put on the, make it a study or a budget item or whatever process, is to connect the northern end of the trail over to 170. Now, Cypress Ridge already has an easement for a bicycle path through there. And once it arrives at 170, you have 10 acres that Del Webb gave to the city years ago, with the point that if it's developed, it should be developed as a trailhead for bicycles and walkers. So build the connecting from that trailhead over to the northern terminus of the trail. Just get the process started, because in your Bluffton Comprehensive Plan from 2022, under Section 8, Transportation, page 155, it says, the goal is to connect people to destinations. And the next page, number 162, is a map showing an area from Highway 170 to the northern end of the trail is being under study. So I'm asking that you make this a priority item, because all those people in that area now, not only Sun City, but Hampton Lakes, all the new buildings along New Riverside Drive, those people are all going to be wanting a loop trail. And if you would complete that, make it a loop trail from New Heritage, and you'll have to wait, I guess, until SCDOT makes rehabs 46. Have to make sure they have an off-road pathway with that. If that can all be done, not only serving our local community, but it'll become a part of the East Coast Greenway.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Just for the record, please state your name and address so that Marcia can collect it,
It's
please.
David Kimball, Kimball. You want my street address?
Yes, sir.
87 Hampton Circle, Bluffton. That's 29909, that's Sun City. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Ms. Salka? We have the timer, Marcia.
Edison Park and 58 Stock Farm Road. If one had given an opportunity to develop or guess what the key topics of discussion would be today, one would think the May River might have been there, but it is not. So I just want to lay out or ask the question from my earlier times on the Water Committee. Have we, as a matter of policy, abandoned the 10% rule with respect to impervious surface? If we have, then what are we doing to replace it? Thank you.
Thank you. Marcia, you know who he is. Salka. Thank you, ma'am.
Lisa Salka, 37 Stock Farm Road. Ditto to him. And actually, I wanted to speak to Mr. Campbell. We wouldn't have bike paths today if it weren't for that bike group. When we started doing Buckwalter and Bluffton Parkway, Karen Heitman came religiously and pushed. Of course, she wanted, 15-foot paths. We didn't get that, but we got bike paths, and they're so important to our town with the traffic that we have, which I'm speaking to the choir, you all know. So please consider that. Thank you for working on the linear trail. That was really important to the town to complete, and I think the East-West Greenway would be fabulous. While I'm on that, I'm hearing around just talking to people on this side of the world. Please always focus on our speed limits. I found out yesterday Hilton had lowered their speed limit on Highway 278 to 40 miles an hour, and we got shut down on Buck Island, Simmonsville, just trying to reduce that to a speed for residents. And finally, I just want to throw something out at y'all. You're going to hear more about it. I would love for it to go to Soloco. Is let's focus on burying power lines in our rural areas. We're 96% master plan. This town only has 4% of roads that have above ground power lines. And with our storms, and if we can get multi-county support, I think we can force and really have some utility companies happy to do it. We have one back here, but to work on a plan like we did at Stony Creek. Thank you.
Is anyone else from the audience would like to make a comment? Okay, not hearing any, we'll turn this over to Mr. Stees. Good morning.
Morning, Mayor, Council. I'm up here so I can drive this thing and have a mic. To go back to introductions, I know Councilman Hamilton, and then I saw Dr. Panu. Is there anybody else who didn't get to introduce themselves a minute ago that would like to do so? Good? All right. So first of all, thank everybody for being here. Thank y'all for the public comments. This is just kind of a start to kind of give a little background as we start with the Town Strategic Planning Workshop to kind of tell where the community is at this time. And then we'll go in and give a little bit of update on how some of the strategic plan projects are moving forward, get into capital projects, and then after that, we have some specific items you'll see on the agenda. Those are very broad topics. Like I know Mayor McCracken brought up about the May River. You'll see on there resiliency, and one of the big issues is resiliency is preparing for things like flooding, rain events, and stuff that we've had throughout this year that have given us some items that we need to address. So some green initiatives, those are all things that will address May River. But so we're going to start off with a little bit of background of the town. As we have been for several years, we're 54 square miles, give or take a little bit. Population estimate right now is a little north of 35,000. We probably think we're getting close to pushing 40 right about now, depending on what time of the year it is and how many houses we actually CO. You can see our median age has actually creeped up to about 40. A lot of that is people who've moved here. You'll see with the growth here in a little bit. 4 or 5 years ago, at the beginning of COVID, we had a bit influx. Those people came. Our average age was about 35, 37 at that point in time. 4 or 5 years later, they're still here. So the average age is starting to creep up to match those that moved here and have stayed here and are raising their kids here. Median per capita income is a little short of $75,000. Median household is a little over 106. As we've talked about numerous times, you can see the increase in housing costs with the average rent being a little over $2,000 right now and the median home value pushing close to $400. And I would say over the last year, the average home is continuing to increase as we've seen in the market. Just to give a little update on the development agreements, as Mayor Solko said earlier, we're mostly master planned. So our community, 92% of it is in planned developments, and you can see them on the map here in the different colors. What you have over here on the left is to show how the build-out is going out. So you can see New Riverside residential units increased by 6% over the last year. So you can see that Palmetto Bluff went up about 3%. Jones Estate was 3%, but a lot of the older ones are like Bluffton Village is at 84% build out, but it really didn't increase over the last year. Most of our growth has taken place, as we know, off of 170 and New Riverside. So you can see that here with the permits issued. So again, if you go back to that 2019, 2020, 2021, when we started seeing that increase during COVID, that's a big group of people who moved here. And as crazy as that sounds, 2020 is pushing, 4 years old now. Seems like we just started this, hit the 20s, and now we're about to hit the halfway point. That's where we're seeing our median age go up because those people moved here back during that time period, and they've been here for several years now. You can notice that the value of construction, even though the permits went down, actually still stayed a little higher. That reflects the cost to build that we're seeing and the cost just to do construction. We saw that go up during COVID, and that's still holding true going forward right now. So commercial, as you know, we've done a real big push on commercial. We actually have our economic development project we're doing on Buckwalter for more commercial. We've done economic development incentives to encourage more commercial. If we go back and you look at total build out, residential build out is about 78%, but our commercial right now is only about 36%. So commercial lags behind residential because they want the residents to be here before they build a grocery store, before they build the doctor, before they build the kind of facilities that support the residents. They want to make sure they're actually living here. So our push over the last year or two has really been to get more commercial build out to support our residents and the services that they need. So you can start seeing square footage isn't necessarily, again, going up as fast as it did during 2020, but you can still see the value of construction is continuing to increase because of the cost to actually get work done within the community. Multifamily, you can see we had quite a few that came in right at the start of COVID and a couple in 2022. Since then, it's been really slow. I will note that we actually have 2 multifamily units that are getting close to permit. The one is on Bluffton Parkway, right behind, I guess it backs up to Hampton Lakes. The other is on the corner of Gibbet and 170. So the 2 of those are actually in process. They've been, the one on Bluffton Parkway is moving dirt, so they'll be borderline the pulling permits, whether this fiscal year or whether next fiscal year, but we have 2 multifamily we know that are coming, so we'll see, when we look at this number next year, you'll see a spike for 2025 or 2026, that time period. But it just shows you that the vast majority of everything that's being built in our community is single-family residential versus multifamily right now, and now we're seeing the pickup in commercial. So, just to give some highlights on what we've been working on related to the strategic plan over the last, and a note for our strategic planning, we do this in November, but our strategic planning runs fiscal years. So the current strategic plan we're in just started July 1st, so we're pushing about 4 months, 5 months into there. So some of these updates you're going to see are things that we've accomplished already or in the process of getting close to accomplish, but we still have about another 18 months to go within this strategic plan, which is why we want to sit down as we get into budgeting for next fiscal year and do this to show you what is moving forward now, hear from council to make sure if there's any priorities that need to change, and make sure we're moving in the right direction with council so that as we get into the budget for next year, which again, as crazy as it sounds, will start next week, within staff, and then you have a copy of the budget calendar in your binder. We'll get started really full throttle in January. We want to make sure that as we get into that budget, what we're bringing into council for budget matches the priorities that we're seeing in strategic plan and that we hear here today. So a little bit for growth management, you can see our neighborhood assistance program. We were able to, so far, last year we did 38 low to moderate income households that were assisted with almost $300,000. That number is actually increased in this budget because we have more money that we've budgeted, and we also received a grant from the Beaufort Jasper Regional Housing Trust to address additional homes. And again, can't talk about that without, I don't think Vicky's in here, but the work that Vicky has done to help make that program successful. Which is, again, why she's Employee of the Year right now until we have our next one. We also have our Blueprint Bluffton, which is our comp plan that was adopted by council that guides what we do throughout the next decade. So, starting with Don Ryan Center, we have just some programs talking about their startup. And if you have any questions on anything that's in here, we have our department heads around the table. So council, as we get to anything, if there's any additional details you want or anything, please, again, very, very informal, stop, let me know, and we'll make sure we address council's questions as we move forward or anything else that comes up. We also have growth companies, and you can see a couple of the ones that they've listed here with Beachside Tire, Bluffton Electric, and then you can see some of the entrepreneur programs that we have that we're working with, like Change Point, Hardy Greens, which I think they actually just did a groundbreaking a couple months ago.
They're doing a big open house on the 7th, so they've radically increased their business footprint.
Which goes into part of our partnership with DRCI, where our reach has now gone beyond just Bluffton, where we actually they actually partner with Hardyville to serve as their economic development partner, and when you see Hardy Greens, that's Hardyville. So, other key items, I think David has talked more on AI this past 6 months than I think anybody else in the country has. every time we see him at our Wednesday morning meetings, he's went and talked to somebody about how to integrate AI into small business or into business in general. But he's done a good job in pushing that, and also working to assist our local businesses on how they can integrate it to make their businesses more efficient and use AI to be successful into what they're doing. Key partnerships, you saw that on display when we did the groundbreaking for the Hive, or the Buckwalter Economic Development Project. We had EDC there, the Economic Development Commission. We had Palmetto Electric. We had the power team for the state. You had all of our partners there, Blackwoody that we partner with, that were all there to support that groundbreaking, to show the importance of all the partnerships and how involved David is and his team is with DRCI, where they take the image of the hub to heart, to be the hub with the spokes connecting to all these partnerships, to bring them together so that economic development is multifaceted and brings in our partners within the community and the region to support economic growth within Bluffton. Talked a little bit about the ongoing project already. We broke ground on that. We actually have been working with tenants at this point in time that are interested in renting some of the space up on the top floor. I think there'll be good partnerships if they work out, and they'll actually end up supporting the small businesses that will be starting in there to give them additional resources they may need as they start. The Economic Development Incentive Program, David and Chris have taken the lead on that, and y'all have approved probably close to a handful over the last 12 to 18 months. I'm assuming we're going to see some new ones coming in. There's a lot of health care that is getting ready to develop, especially on the Buckwalter area, and health care is one of the items that's in our Economic Development Incentive Program to be a priority to push, because we know there was a gap for that within the community for our residents. And then we talked about the growth with the different expanding their offerings. Also want to recognize that they did win the Golden Oyster Award from the Greater Bluffton Chamber of Commerce for the Member of the Year last year. So we're proud of them for that. All right, talk about HR. And I'm going to slide to the side so I don't feel like I keep turning my back to everybody. Y'all did a lot with employee benefits this past year. So I know employees have been appreciative of that, and taking care of our employees, especially seeing the support and approval from council, goes a long way to make sure that our employees feel welcome. They feel like they want to be here, and that the town and everybody from top all the way through supports what we're doing. So we instituted paid parental leave. That started July 1st. We've actually already had someone, at least one person I know, take advantage of it. We instituted a PTO donation policy. We're in the process of setting up the committee and getting that in place right now. We also created a home buying assistance program. To date, we've had 2 people already take advantage of it. And I will proudly say that, I won't name names, but one of them is one of the reasons why it was put in place, that showed up to the Affordable Housing Committee for a year, was able to get in a home and use a home buying assistance program to get in there. So we were happy for her for being one of the first ones to be able to take advantage of it. We also implemented our town's first wellness event, which was here. HR put that on, and we did screenings, we had blood work. We also did educational programs for people. So it ended up having, about 70, 75 employees that attended that. So it was our first annual one, so we hope to continue that, and hope to continue to grow on that as well. We, again, family events. We did a town trip to the Ghost Pirates last year, and kind of invited family and employees out to just have something to get people together outside of the workplace. We also did a family employee day at the Buckwalter Park. We're also looking to do more in recruiting. We know it's a struggle to find employees to come work here. We're seeing that not only with police, but we have a planner position right now that's been open for 2 months, and I think we've received a total of 3 or 4 applications during that time period. So one of the things that HR is pushing to do is to get out and build more partnerships. They've gone to more of the historic black colleges and universities. They're actually at Coastal Carolina at a job fair right now. So we're working to try to get more on campus and do more to recruit. A lot of the programs that we've brought to y'all to approve, we're hoping will help with the recruitment. But we know trying to get somebody to take a job, move into this area with it's can be difficult. But that's one of the things that HR is focused on is our recruiting. And one of the reasons we push retention so hard is to try to keep the employees that we have here, because we know sometimes it can be difficult to recruit new ones in to replace them, especially at the same level of knowledge and skill set they may have. All right, for court, we can say that, and I know Lisa's very happy, we've met all of the full compliance with the ACLU, so we no longer will be dealing with them moving forward, hopefully. Let me make sure. But that's been recorded. We've worked through all of that, so that is done. A ministerial recorder certification, Africa went and completed that, so we have that in place for another 10 years, which helps the judge being able to address some of the things whenever he's unavailable or to keep him from being overloaded. And we've also seen a 2% in getting our cases disposed as we go through, which is still picking up. As we know, during COVID, we fell a lot behind because we couldn't even have court based on some of the rulings that came down, or the guidance that came from the Chief Justice. So we're still working, and being able to clear cases out is always an important thing. All right, so in finance, again, fiscal sustainability is one of our key goals. We used our digital budget book this year. So one of the things that we're trying to do is open everything up to be more transparent. We have our permit finder maps. We have a bunch of maps that we put online. Heather's going to go through in a minute and show you what our strategic plan looks like, because it's about to go live onto our website and be interactive and become live. The same software we're using now for that also will tie into our digital budget book. We'll be able to actually track our KPIs within this, so everything will talk to each other and all be online, live. So as we make changes to the budget, it's live updated. People can go in and search and look for anything they want to. When we make an update to a strategic plan item, it will be on our website live and updated. So that will roll out in January 1st. But that's one of the things that we've been pushing, and it started with the budget, trying to get it more transparent and available on the website. So, we were awarded the Distinguished Budget Presentation for 25, and I think we've received that since like 2008, something like that, like getting close to 20 years in a row. It's like 15, 16 years in a row. We also received for the second year in a row our special recognition for long-range operational financial planning, which goes again to council adopting policies that allow us to set funds aside, reserve funds aside, to plan for capital replacement, to plan for hurricane response, to make sure that we plan long-term and we have the funds available to handle the growth and the future obligations we have coming. And then when we put this online, there'll actually be a link to the digital budget book, so anybody in the community who wants to go see it can actually go. But we actually used it in the budget process for this year. A couple other things. We did a new business license software, Evolve, and I will say it's a success, and I will gauge that on the fact that when anybody calls you to compliment you on paying you money, I take that as a positive. So I think we've had about a half dozen people who reached out to us that told us that how easy it was to use this new software compared to the old way of paying. And then some that we reached out to catch up on payments who wrote us letters saying thank you because they were unaware, and then how great our people were and how easy it was to get caught up. So anytime somebody compliments you on software to give you money, I'll take it as a positive. So that was a new thing that was implemented this fiscal year. As you can see, we created a 237% renewal over that, and we attribute a lot of that to the new software, making it easier for people to go in and make their payments. We also were able to reduce the backlog because of that, and we were able to get people's license into them earlier than we had in the past. So again, efficiency.
Explain the increase of 237% in renewals.
So when it says issued in April, the due date for business license renewal is in April. So because it's easier to process and easier to get through, we were able to process so much more by April that normally we would have drug on until May or June trying to enter and get caught up. So it just tells you how much more efficient staff was able to be during the renewal period without having to go to May, June, July trying to still keep processing business licenses. So it's not that growth in revenue, it was just that growth in efficiency. And again, work more efficiently. I didn't get down to that bullet point yet. You were ahead of me. So, and that's really what that shows, is just how, by being more efficient, they're able to go and get more done than they normally would have, and be more responsive to our businesses and the community more than they were previously. So, IT, cybersecurity is always a major issue. So we do tons of training for cybersecurity. If y'all think y'all get the Inside Man and all the other cybersecurity video trainings that you have to do. So again, we push this out to make sure, because when it comes to cybersecurity, our biggest risk is always the individuals. So we want to make sure that we're training and we're trying to make not only our system and network, but our people as secure as we can. So that's one of the reasons that we push out and we do as much training as we do. Continuing to work on our document management system. So what this does is it makes our all of our documents cloud-based. We're hoping to have that done this fiscal year. It takes everything where it was on a server and moves it to a cloud document management system so that we can access all of our documents anywhere virtually, and makes us just, again, business more efficient. It gives us redundancy and it gives us protection so that if a server crashes, we don't lose access to all of our documents. Some public services department updates. We've talked about this, I think, a couple times, but we're in the process of doing a tree survey for all our town facilities. They're actually in the process of doing that last week and this week, so we're anticipating that report here in the next few weeks so we get an idea of any trees that may need to have maintenance, limbing, that we need to be planning for potential replacement. So we'll have that here hopefully in the next 2-3 weeks, and we can start making some plans as we go into the budget for next year on what we need to be prepared for.
And then we're going to go into the right-of-ways, correct?
Next budget year, the goal is to do our town right-of-ways, yes, for all the town-owned roads. Because if you notice with a lot of the trees that we had down during Hurricane Helene, most of the ones that fell on town roads were in the town right-of-way. So that's our next goal, is to go out there after we finish this and start looking at the ones along the right-of-way to see if there's any we need to address as well. But with the one, especially the one that came down in Du Bois and took down the pavilion, we want to make sure that town facilities as well as residents are protected from that. So, beautification committee, we're working on a butterfly garden at the new Riverside Park. That's going to go up right towards near the traffic circle. Is that right? Traffic circle? Is it that corner?
Walkway between the restrooms to the barn.
To the barn. Thank you. So we're working on that right now, as well as some beautification at the welcome signs and some additional plannings. We also need to, we know, like we do our flower pots a couple times a year. They're coming up on replacement. When are they getting changed out for the winter?
Done before Christmas parade.
Before the Christmas parade. Yeah, so we change them out in the winter, we change them out in the spring. One of the things we've noticed is every now and then our sprinklers fail, our watering system, so we've got to be better at checking on that because it leads to dead plants. Also improved our training to make sure we have a few new employees that are working there, but to do some training with them. And we've also kind of reorged a little bit on how they're working. So we have 3 divisions now. We have a grounds, a facility maintenance, and a road and drainage maintenance. And then they've been set up in teams where they hadn't been before, where we have their own truck, trailer, equipment, everything assigned to teams. They have their facility, and so they work in groups, and they're not out individually working to address items. For them, it's been a busy summer. We've had 3 named storms come through. We had Helene, Debbie, and Milton. Not really much for Milton, but Helene was a lot of cleanup, and I can't speak enough on how our public safety were out there before the sun was up and was starting to clear roads. Debbie, most of it was rain, flooding. They were out putting up barricades, removing barricades, but again, the police out in the weather, the storm, before it even clears to start response. It's been a busy season for them. Police Department, a few awards that they've had this year. Want to just hit some highlights on that. We have Medal of Valor. Officer Young, I know he pulled somebody from a burning vehicle. He did CPR, I think, on an infant so he has 2 or 3 life-saving events just in this year. And we also have multiple that have saved lives this year. It's been, when you talk about service from the police department and trying to protect and serve our residents, the saving aspect, we've had a lot of that this year. It's been amazing. So as you can see, 7 officers there. And then we also, Lieutenant Mayers was recognized as 40 under 40 by the Police Chief Association. Her and Chief were just up there, I think, about a week and a half ago, getting that recognition. And then we have Lieutenant Fazekas is at the FBI Academy right now. We've already heard from a couple people that they're sad that he's there because his house isn't decorated for Halloween. And my understanding is he goes all out for Halloween, so some of the neighborhood kids might be a little bummed. But we're happy that we're continuing to grow and train our officers for future roles within the department. A few new programs. We have a mentorship to hire program, and then we've also started a traffic stop awareness program. Chief has actually met with the NAACP, and they're going to use our program to help train as well. But all of our school resource officers are actually training, going into the training students that drive on what to do during traffic stops. We've had this conversation internally a couple times about, not a lot of parents teach their kids when you get pulled over by a police officer, here's what you do. So they don't know, turn your radio down, don't take your seatbelt off, don't start reaching across the car, look, and so the SROs are doing training. We've had a lot of good feedback from the students and from the principals. And then, like I said, Chief went and met with NAACP, and they're meeting monthly. Also went through the program we're doing because they were looking to do something similar and asked for the chief to send his program over, and they're now going to use our program to do training as well. So again, just another service out into the community. Growth management. They put Squire Pope Carriage House Rehabilitation on here. I'll let Kevin, I guess, his department takes some claim for that. I think it was a CIP project. We can put it multiple places. Debbie's team might take a little bit of it because they're getting ready to run it as a welcome center. But if you've gone by and you've seen Squire Pope go from being lifted off the ground about 8 feet to back down to renovation, it will become the town's welcome center. It is opening January 6th, that Monday. So we're excited about getting everybody and open that up to the public so they can come in and see it and see all the work that's been done. Glenn has been going around, and he actually presented to the Southeast chapter of Society of Architectural Historians. Sorry, I had to turn and read that. I couldn't remember that. But he actually, I think, was just there a couple days ago and presenting about this renovation project to other historic preservation individuals around the country. So we're very proud of this. I know it's been a long project, and it's something that council set in motion several years ago by buying the property, so I'm glad that we can get it done and move forward. A couple other growth management highlights. They did a lean process, as you can see with all the sticky notes over here. What they did is they looked at what a permit to go from dirt to actual permit to start, let's see, what did we call it? Dirt to home. So the goal is you have a blank piece of dirt, you come in to get it ready to permit to construct. So we wanted to review that because we know that process can be very convoluted. We know it can be very difficult, especially for people who don't do it day in and day out like our staff do. We also wanted to see if we could be more efficient at it. So you can see all the different colors down here. Some of these are things that can be removed, can't be removed, that we can be more efficient at. And the goal, as we went into it, was to reduce the process down. I think it was, by like 10, 20%. We're still working on implementing some of those. We had some short-term, some medium, and then kind of some long-term goals to come out of that. We've already done a good bit of the short-term ones, but we're meeting with that committee about every couple of months, and they're working to implement. This was the first one we did. Following on that lean process, I know Finance did one, I think, on your AP revenue process. So we're continuing to look to do those internally because, as with anything, there's always ways that you can try to be better and make incremental improvement to make things more efficient. And when you do it day in and day out, sometimes you need help to come in and do that. So part of this process is you bring people in from departments that are not involved to get fresh eyes, fresh ideas, fresh vision, and try to come up with ways to make things happen. And this one so far has been a success, and we hope to see it continue with the other improvements that they're recommending.
Stephen.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
What kind of results? I mean, are you seeing a percentage decrease in the steps or a particular number of items eliminated, or what are we seeing?
I would have to go back and actually pull the lean process. And did you bring the spreadsheet?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now. Kevin Eichert, Director of Growth Management. The biggest thing was more efficiency. We had redundant applications. We had 63 applications, so reducing the number of applications, a lot of it dealing with building permits, and then efficiency and time. That's one of the biggest items that we've had, specifically with the developers, because time is money in their eyes. So when we're more efficient with our plans, that's less time that's needed for the review, and it's better for them. And I don't mean that in a bad way. Like, we're still obviously thoroughly reviewing all plans for compliance, but just cutting out excess steps.
Some of the things that we reduced, and we can go back and take the spreadsheet and I can get you a better answer after this, but was just some things we had a process, we gave 30 days. And when we went back and said, well, why is it 30 days? And we're like, well, we just wanted to make sure we had enough time. We were able to reduce to 20 days. So the goal was try to reduce the time frame and, like he said, to be more efficient, because the more efficient our staff is, the more they can address. But we'll get you the actual, how many days and steps we were able to remove. Yeah, it'll also be in ClearGov. Heather's very proud of she's been working hard to get everything. Her and Carrie have been working very hard to get everything updated in ClearGov. So once we get this activated, actually there'll be other things we put in ClearGov, like other strategic plans, like the police department strategic plan. I think we're talking about putting the Buckeye-Simmonsville plan in there, so all of that can be tracked. Speaking of the Buckeye-Simmonsville plan, that was adopted by council in 2024 from input from the community. Part of that was to look at a park within the community. So with council approval, we went in and we bought the corner parcel right there on the parkway, right across from Eagles Field. At the first meeting after that, we asked community for input. We didn't receive much. We're getting ready to do that again. We're going to work on some kind of preliminary options to show to the community and get their input and get guidance. But we want to make sure that we take it to the community to get input from them, so that when we build it, it's what they want to see within their community, and make sure it has everything they need to provide to them. Communication, community outreach, theirs is all pictures, because everything they do is in the public and with the community and kids. And you want to talk about joy, this is where the joy in the community is. It's in communications and outreach. So you can see the movie nights, the Jump Into Summer water slide event, the Independence Day celebration, the annual tree lighting and Christmas parade, Spooktacular, which we just had Friday last week. And I don't know how many kids did we have show up to that? 1,000? We started a concert series this year. We did have to cancel the one at Oyster Factory due to Hurricane Helene, but the next one is actually tomorrow night, and it will be at Buckwalter. It's our last one for the season, so we'll have it tomorrow night. And then they've been working hard to get the Welcome Center. I know they're excited about that, and they're ready to start that next phase within their department. They've also done a website redesign to put more focus on the items that people come to our website for to reduce the spider web of having to click down to get the stuff. Made a search bar that's AI driven in the middle, as prevalent as possible, so that if somebody comes in there and they want to find an agenda, type agendas, and it'll take them straight to the agenda center instead of having to drill people down into our website and make it more user-friendly. A semi-annual newsletter, we send that out twice a year. And then our annual report is actually getting ready to be printed right now. We did a revisioning of that to make it a little more compact. So we'll have that, and we'll get those out to council hopefully by the council meeting. Some watershed, and I'm not going to go into too much of this because you're going to hear a lot from them when we get to resiliency. So I'll leave them for a lot of their stuff that they're working on in resiliency, because that's going to be a lot of this afternoon. But the big things I'll hit on is they aren't sitting still. They're working with several grant programs. They're working with the Sea Grant Consortium. They're working with the South Carolina Environmental Law Project and Environmental Law Center to work on wetlands, to make sure we can address wetlands, since the Supreme Court decision ruled that unless it actually touches the water of the U.S., it's no longer considered a wetland. So we're trying to work on getting wetland protections in place, and we're working at the state level to help make sure that's being done, because once we got into it, we received some legal contradiction on whether we can do anything, the things we wanted to do locally. So now we're working with other partners to get there. We're also working with the Shy Institute out of Furman, and you'll hear more about that this afternoon. The other thing we're doing, and these are kind of more executive stuff, is we're doing some assessments and studies. As you know, as we do strategic planning, we set goals. A lot of that comes out of there is some capital projects. We've got a lot of capital projects, especially with parks, that are starting to wrap up. You're getting, when we get into a capital project update, you're going to see streetscape projects getting ready to go. So now's the time for us to sit down and say, okay, what does our next 5 to 10 years look like? So we have a couple of assessments going on right now. Well, one going on now, one getting ready to start. We're looking at a park and pathway master plan study. The goal is to start that after the first of the year, but we want to look at the current parks that we have, the land that we have, and potential land that we may need to give to determine where our gaps are, where we may need more parks in the community. Again, with pathways where we need to make connections, similar to what the gentleman talked about and what Mayor Stoker brought up, is building on what we have. One of the things that I want to focus on there that we don't really focus on right now is, like, do we want to look at blueways? Because we have greenways, but we don't necessarily have blueways with, because we've had a lot of people come and we've had conversation around kayaking and stuff like that. And paddleboarding is maybe putting in some blueways for people and working with the county on that. The other one is, but what will come out of that will hopefully be a plan for the next 5-10 years, so we can start taking and planning our capital CIP project, the capital projects out for the next 3 to 5 years based on what comes out of this and what council wants to prioritize out of that study. The other one is the facilities and space needs. As we know, with the growth, with the employees that we're adding, with the additional parks and expansion that we've had, we know we're going to need more space or more facilities to be able to handle that. For example, public services, we hired 3 new employees this year. We don't anticipate that, or we anticipate there are going to be more as we add in more parks and we do more throughout the community. They're outgrowing the space that they have. So the question is, do we need to expand their space, have a substation, do things like that? As the town continues to grow, if we need more officers, they're getting to capacity at their space. So this thing is twofold. One, it will take the current facilities that we have and it will give us a plan of action and a calendar on what we need to maintain within our current facilities. So it will tell us, here's the roofs that need to be fixed, here's when HVAC needs to be replaced, here's when these items need to be addressed, so that Chris and Natalie can go back and in the budget and use our capital replacement funds that we have set aside and start planning and making sure we have enough funds to address the needs that we have coming in the next 20 years for our facilities. The other thing it will do is it will say, based on the current services you provide and the staff you have to provide that, should you need, as you continue to grow and you need more people, here's some ways that you can get space. whether it's adding on or whether it's reconfiguring, whether it's new, like with public services, is it a sub-location out on the west side of town? So they will come with those recommendations and give us options to consider so that, again, we can start making plans and budgeting for those items in the future.
When did you say that would be done, Steve?
The facility study should be wrapping up by the end of this year. We started that. We actually gave them our final comments 3 weeks ago or so. So we're anticipating having that here pretty soon. And then we'll have, again, they'll give us an estimate for renovations and stuff so we can start putting that into the budget going forward for next year. But then the Parks and Rec will be more probably strategic plan next year. We'll have that probably summer next year, and then we can bring it to the strategic plan and have council kind of go through and give us priorities on things you want to see out of that. All right, so switch. So I'm going to turn it over to Heather here in a second because she's going to talk, because this is what she's been working so hard on.
It's going to take me about 1 minute, so switch presentations. So
Yeah.
if you need a coffee refill or.
Yeah,
bathroom
so
break,
for just some housekeeping, if you want, there's plenty of coffee, snacks. It is open to anybody in the audience, council. If you need restrooms, they're here to the left. My left, your right. And so, thank you.
So, come here, name the notes. All right, Stephen's going to help me maneuver through here. So this is, if you all recall, in the past, how we would keep track of our strategic plan items and our action agenda, what we call our action agenda items, those strategic initiatives. So how are we getting the work done? We used a database format. So it was a static document that we would get approved by council every 2 years. So it was approved back in December of last year. And when we put that on the website, it's static. It's the document, it's what are we working on, what are those initiatives? So what you don't see is our status, like how are we doing, how's it going? So what we did is this is almost like one of those makeover shows, it's essentially the same person, it's the same plan, but how you maneuver through it is interactive and up to date and current. So what this is this is the same software that we're using for the digital budget book. So like Stephen said earlier, eventually they will all talk to each other. We'll be able to update in one spot. We won't have to do like duplicate reports and updates and things like that. So to be more efficient and have all that same information in one place. So our goal is after this meeting, we're going to go ahead and make sure everything is up to date, current, meets town council's goals, and get that online January 1. But this is a preview of what you will see. One thing I do want to point out that this is a 2-year plan. So when you maneuver through the document, and Stephen, if he wants to over to the left, you'll see like your table of contents. So you've got, scroll up, you've got your greetings from the mayor, town council. That is the mayor, town council, and the message at the time the plan was approved. So while there'll be updates in the status, that reflects the date the document was approved. So that won't be updated till next year. So now, look to the left. So this is what would be published on the town's website. To the left is your standard table of contents type of information. If you scroll down, you have our focus areas. We have 7. Mayor McCracken had mentioned the May River. That is still our focus area. So that is still something that we do prioritize, and we do have guiding principles for that. And then, like I said, action agenda items. How do we do it? How do we get that work done? So you'll see that. If you drill down, click on the affordable workforce housing. This is, again, one of those focus areas. Then you drill down further, and you'll see the guiding principles. So those are those a little bit more detailed, like what do we mean when we talk about affordable housing? What do we mean when we talk about community quality of life? And those are those focus areas and guiding principles that town council approved as part of that strategic plan update. So now, what I will show you, so if you kind of scroll up there, Stephen. So for each of those focus areas, you can see overall. So this is where we're at. We are 53% complete. Also, to keep in mind, this is fiscal years. So what we've started to do is go ahead and move up strategic planning to prior to budget. So how do we know what resources to ask for in the budget if we don't know what we're working on? So the action to complete these items really begins July 1 of this past year through June 30th of 2025. So you may see some things here. You can kind of see here, not started, really none, which is great. 4 on track, 1's complete, 1's future. Future, we're still on track, so we still have time. We're just going through it. You'll see updates, reasons why. But again, I don't want anyone to think that means it's not happening. We're only about, 6 months in, so that will go ahead and continue. So again, this is an overall picture of that entire strategic focus area. So then when you drill down, you can kind of keep more information in there. So let's see. I think this one. What? Oh. Okay, sorry. Oh, let's see. If you click on that third one, Stephen. So here's an example, and if council wants me to click on any different ones, please let me know. I can maneuver through. You also have a copy of the PDF version of the document in your binders. So again, that's up to date at the time with the, like I said, with that status. So here, again, it's a little bit more information. You've got your guiding principle, and then you have your action item. Again, this is how we are meeting that goal. So if you click on that, and like any other website, anytime you see the blue text, you can go ahead and click on it. So this will say what that update was. So this is complete. You've got your percentage there. You've got that update. So this is that housing impact analysis. You can also look at attachments. So this is where we were talking about the lean process. That was actually one of our goals, was to be more efficient with our permitting. So those attachments are included in that strategic item. So you do have to download it. So for the sake of time, I won't necessarily go through those unless you'd like us to, but you can click on those attachments. So again, very transparent. People from the public will be able to see this. Staff, again, it will be a link on our website.
Or comment, actually, the, excuse me, the lean process, you know what you're doing, but hopefully at some point we might incorporate that into a newsletter, you know, the ones we use quarterly, whatever, wherever Debbie is just a
Yep, I was looking
thought
for Debbie.
to update
Sure.
the public so everybody can understand what we're trying to accomplish.
We certainly can do that.
That would help if you could present this at our Affordable Housing Committee meeting as well.
Sure, most certainly. Yep. Yeah, I'm happy to do that and go through it, because like I said, it's this, I don't want to speak for staff, but I guess I will because I'm up here speaking. This is so much, it's very easy to maneuver. There's really nothing you can mess up or break, so to speak. Like I said, anytime you see blue, you can click on it and keep drilling down. So it's all there. Like I said, what we had before, it still had the same information, but it was, again, a database format. So it was, you know, you had all your data, which was words and statuses, and then we had to put it in a format. You know, we kind of had to do our magic to put it in a format to print it and make it visible. So yes, I'm happy to demonstrate this to the Affordable Housing Committee or any other committee or group. So, and actually, getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, as we developed this, I know, you know, speaking for Chief, he's like, we have a police strategic plan. We can do this for that as well. We can do it for our Buck Island Simmonsville plan. We could do it for all sorts of plans. Again, to one, keep us on track as staff and to put in those updates. And then two, so that it is transparent and everyone does know what we're working on, where the budget money is going to, and all that it entails. So if you want to click out of that. So I'm just going to go through one from each of our focus areas. Again, unless there's something you want to focus on, please let us know. So if we want to click on the third one here. And then I would go down to, I believe, number 4, the Welcome Center. So again, this is all of them. You can see where we're at. Here's the Welcome Center. And again, there's your notes, your updates, and you can scroll down and you can see that there's multiple statuses and updates. One thing that you'll be able to see, especially this initial year, is while we were developing the software, you'll see that line kind of stay pretty flat as far as updates. And then you'll see people, as we built the software and got into it, there's those updates. One thing that is great, I would say, is that because of transparency, if there is a deadline, so when we build it, we set up our deadlines of when we have to place our updates in there. We cannot delete those. So if we miss a deadline, it's going to say we miss a deadline, and there's no deleting that. We missed it, so you'll see, oh, the date, you know, the update was 10/15, there's none. So then the next update should explain what happened, why there was a delay. So again, you'll see multiple status reports, especially for those projects that are just now getting underway now that we're using that. So again, you can kind of just scroll through, and there's should be, if you scroll to the bottom, you'll see there's an attachment. Staff will continue to upload attachments for that action item as they keep moving on the project. Then if we go back to economic growth, and that, again, overall 62% complete, so that's great. I would click on the first one, if you don't mind. So again, here's your overall progress. Here's the action items. You've got AI. This is Don Ryan Center. And you can, like I said, you know what that update is. And I believe there's also an attachment for that AI. Nope, no attachments to that. Then if we go to fiscal sustainability, like I said, we've got, and again, you've got, and everything's color-coded, so you can, like I said, there's all sorts of ways that you can view the information, whatever works best for you. But if we click on the implement innovative tech, which...
I'm curious, fiscal sustainability, 38%. What does that mean exactly?
So if you go, so what that is that's an average of all of your guiding principles. So if you were to average the percentage complete of all of those guiding principles and initiatives, so that's the total. So
See, like this one has 4 initiatives underneath it. This one has 3. This is giving you the progress on these 3 items. So if you go in here, this one's 0, that one's 100, that one's 25, but it's giving you the average for all of those. So as the goal overall, we're 38% complete. And then you can go down here and drill down more to see exactly where that's coming from. So you can see this one only has 1 actual initiative underneath it, and it's been completed.
Right, so there's your digital budget book completed. And 2, sorry, microphone reminder. So, and as you go through here, I'll show you at the end, there's other ways you can view this. You can see what department's responsible for that initiative. So who's responsible, who's the contributor, so to speak, so who's making the updates, when are those updates expected. So some projects, when they're longer term, the update may be once a quarter. Some that we're actively working on, maybe once a month. So you'll be able to, you can see all of that again in the software as you drill down. So you can know who's working on it if you have more questions, who to contact, when to expect another update, and again, those attachments. And like I said, when you drill down, you've got the overall percentage complete, but then as you go into detail, some may be at 100, some may be at 0, some may be 10%. So it's just an overall. If we want to go to, I guess, the May River. So like I said, this one's 41% complete. There is one, so when you look at the colors, you see that maroonish red. You've got one that's a disruption. That's where we essentially we pivoted on working on, I believe, some, what was it, the watershed?
Oka-T.
The Oka-T baseline.
Postponing that to a future fiscal year in partnership.
Right, so that one we pivoted, so we said, listen, we only have a certain percentage of that watershed within our municipal limits. We need more partnerships to move that forward, so that's why that has that major disruption. If we were to click on number 5, let's see, one more down.
Only 4.
Oh, click on that last one there. Yeah, the last one, sorry. Sure. So you have lots of attachments for that. You just see, and that's about 50%, and that's your baseline assessment update. So, like I said, there's a lot of information in here, and I think overall, like I said, it's pretty easy to maneuver through. Like I said, it's essentially just an online book. You've got your table of contents to your left. You've got your attachments. You can drill down as much as you want. And again, in your packet, there is the PDF. You do have the option of we do have the option of also converting it to PDFs. And like I said, that book and the strategic plan, it's the same plan. So it's the plan that was approved by town council. It's just the status and the update of the initiatives that you approved and directed staff to move forward with that you're going to see the updates and the additional information.
Heather, are these, the river and then some of our CIP projects like the sewer, sanitary sewer and all, which are initiated because of the river, the water quality issues. Are they tied together on this? Because they are, in my opinion, initiatives that deal directly with water quality.
So that they're there.
I believe all sewer projects are under the infrastructure.
infrastructure.
Yeah, I think that's-
tab
yeah,
and
it's
not
infrastructure.
tied to May River and surrounding rivers and watersheds. They're tracked in one place.
But you can also see, here's the action plan advisory committees, the watershed action plan projects, baseline assessment of other town watersheds. So you can go
Now-
under here and see,
Yeah, I didn't know,
yeah.
And I think I understand what you're saying, and we tried that at the beginning. Can you tie one action agenda item to multiple guiding principles? And you can, but the updates don't sync. So it didn't quite work with that. So while I say this software is, I think it's
we have a
great
whole
and I
nother
like it,
page.
but that would be a little bit more complicated. But I will also say is that the software company ClearGov has been working with us as we're preparing this to, we keep giving them asks, so to speak, like, hey, I think it would be great if we had a search function. So you could search, so rather than just know where those sewer projects fall in here, if you could just type in sewer and then it pull up those principles. So we thought it best, let's get through this before we bombard them with more questions and comments. But so that would be something I could ask them. But right now it just falls under one. Like each initiative can only fall under one.
One more question. The question that Mayor McCracken had asked, she's still here, he asked earlier about impervious surfaces. I know that on the website a few years back, we had a map that indicated the percentage of impervious surfaces. Is there any place that he would go find any of this information, or would he just get with Kim?
You can always get with Kim, but if you go, Stephen, if you want to click on May River. I mean, here's a lot of information on the May River. I don't know if that map lives in any of these. I don't believe so. But if he just wanted to know what are we doing with the May River, where are our priorities, what are our initiatives, I would just recommend just go through that and read through that. And then obviously we're always here to answer questions. Now, unless anyone wanted to see any other initiatives or know where we are with any initiatives, I just wanted to show you one other thing with ClearGov. Any other requests?
And just so you know, you're going to get an update on capital projects after this. That's why we didn't really go into infrastructure on here, because that's where most of the CIP projects are.
So just one other thing I wanted to show, just to show you those KPIs and the budget. Stephen, if you could click on the other tab for ClearGov.
That one, and this one.
This is really drilling down, but but if you want to just click on any of them. So you can see here, there is an option, like Stephen said, for key performance indicators. This will be phase 2. We do keep track of our KPIs, so every department does have their KPIs and what they have to report on and monitor to see if it's working, is what we're doing working. So the next goal would be to go ahead and integrate that in this as well. So you could also then see how we're doing and are those programs working with KPIs. So again, there's a lot of, this is very robust, and like I said, it's been fairly, I'm not a computer programmer by any means, and I was able to get everything in here with the help of other staff. And so like I said, there's a lot we can do and push this out. So, and this is too where you can see the contributors, the departments, which we're working to get set up and just how we're doing, so. Any questions on this? And like I said, I'll have this printed out if you have any other questions after today on where we're at with certain initiatives. I'm happy to help.
Am I the only one in here that's cold?
I'm cold.
Yes.
I needed to bring my hunting jacket in here or something, 'cause I'm sitting here shaking. I don't know if it's where we are. Are y'all cold?
It's always.
Am I like bringing the ice up here? Ice queen?
Do we not have a thermostat that we can
Larry?
turn up like we do at home?
We do.
Looks
we
like
can.
Larry's on it.
I don't think it's just me. Dan,
It's not just
I don't know if it's where we are now.
It's always cold in there.
I know, but
It
it
is always
doesn't really
cold.
need to be. We have
like Larry's on it.
technology. Turn it.
Anything anyone else want to see on ClearGov and our strategic plan and where we're at? I think that we're moving on. So next, and what we go, the next presentation will be on capital projects. I'll turn it back over to Stephen to take the lead on that. And two, just so you know, all of our capital projects are also in our strategic plan and typically fall under community quality of life, May River, or oftentimes infrastructure. So again, just another way you can see all of that.
21 of them just underneath this one.
Yep, and most of them are on track, so that's a good thing. Want me to turn over? All right, Tracy, I'll change the presentation.
It won't stay. I'll stand to the side like I did last time.
All right.
All right, so I'm going to give a little update on the capital improvement projects, and I'll probably lean on Kim a good bit on this, and
I'll lean on
Pat and Bill and whoever else is here in case, depending on what kind of questions we get as we go through. So want to kind of talk about some of the projects that we met substantial completion for this current fiscal year or as we're going through right now. So Oyster Factory Park event area, if you've been down there, you can see the renovations that have been completed there. I think they turned out well. We're still working to address a couple small things, some drainage and some stuff that came about from that, but we're still, but I think that project turned out really well. The Squire Pope Carriage House, the actual renovations to the building have been complete. The only thing that are remaining now is the upfit for the Welcome Center that we're working through. New Riverside Bar in Phase 1, that was the infrastructure, the trail, that's all been complete. You'll see the Phase 2 on one of the next slides. That's what's going on with the playground and everything right now. Oscar Fraser Park improvements, you'll see some hardscapes, rain garden, we put swings in and stuff like that over here. That was complete as well. We did random park improvements throughout the town. Buckwalter, you've seen the shade sails over the playground. New Riverside Village Park, hardscape and lighting, that's the area that we took ownership of that we're maintaining within New Riverside Village around the ponds. We put some improvements there. Du Bois Pavilion repair, which wasn't a planned project, but became a project. Streetscapes and pathways. We completed the Bridge Street streetscape Phase 1. Public sewer, we finished Historic District Phase 2 and 3, as well as Buck Island Simmonsville Phase 5. These are some of the photos of some of the projects that were completed. As you can see, the Oyster Factory event area, Squire Pope Carriage House, the splash pad, which quietly I will say is soft opening today. So if you have kids that may be out of school, they can go over and enjoy it. The official opening, the official ribbon cutting will be Tuesday. If you saw when you came in this morning, you saw it running, they were over there. They have to actually run it to do the testing because we have to treat it like a pool. So they were over there doing the testing for the chemicals and everything. But we left the gate unlocked today, so kids are welcome to go and splash around, and then we're going to shut it down Monday so we can make sure everything's still working right, make sure it's operating efficiently, and then Tuesday, I think council's bringing bathing suits, and we're running through it all on Tuesday. I think Bridget will. I know she's not here, so we can volunteer her. She'll be here shortly. We'll just let her know when she gets here. So that is actually, when we were going through strategic planning, it had a minor disruption. That minor disruption was called permitting through the state. So that minor disruption has been overcome, and we got our permit to operate last Friday. So we want to go ahead and get it open and let some kids enjoy it before it gets too cold. But if you ask kids about cold, they don't care about cold. 70 degrees, they'll still run through it. There's the shade sails over at Buckwalter. Some that are under current construction, the new Riverside Barn Park. If you go out there, you'll start seeing a lot of the playground, the pour in place. The goal is still to open the playground, I think right after, sometime right after Christmas. And then the barn construction will not be complete until 25, but the rest of the park will be open before that. They'll just move the construction around the barn as they work to finish that out. The Welcome Center upfit, that's what I said, still ongoing. Welcome Center is planned to open January. The Buckwalter Place Commerce Park. This is the economic development project that we broke ground on a couple weeks ago. And if you go over there, you can see they've cleared and they've started doing groundwork over there. So there's some of the playground and pour in place for the barn. It's a lot of wood features, and if you go out with the barn, we tried to tie into the theme. There's a big barn owl right in the middle with the slides that come out of it, and there's like a river, like the May River that runs through it, and there's actually misting cattails that will cool kids off that they can run through and stuff. So I think it's going to be an amazing park. It's inclusive, so you can wheelchair throughout it. There's inclusive features that anybody can use and enjoy out there. The one on the right is the Buckwalter Place Commerce Park. That's the building the town will be getting back as part of that to use as our co-work that will be managed by DRCI. Projects that are expected to start before the end of this fiscal year. We have the new River Linear Trail. We're hopeful to bring that to council December, January for award somewhere in that time period. We didn't pull that one up, but it probably had a disruption in it as well because that came to right-of-way agreements with Central Carolina, the main power company that owns the distribution lines through there. We've had to work on redoing that agreement for the trail improvements, and they're actually going to contribute to repairing 2 of the bridges. So we were negotiating getting them to help us pay to repair the bridges that run through there. So, but we're bringing that to council here shortly. The Sarah Riley Hooks cottage renovation, that we're finalizing the design and getting ready to go out for that and bring that to council. Park improvements, we have a few stage shells at playgrounds, and then doing some design work for other projects. And then Buckwalter Place Park Phase 1, this is what we went through at the last council workshop with y'all, where Pat went through some of the options and got your input, and we had it broken up into kind of Phase 1, 2, and 3. That is Phase 1 of all of that project. Those were the sidewalks and some of the lighting features and the safety features and stuff like that that were part of that. So you can see there's the Buckwalter Place, Sarah Riley Hooks cottage plan, just to give a couple items. And then a couple others, Pritchard Street drainage and streetscape. That one is, we met with the community last week.
Yes, sir.
And had about 6 or 8 from the community that came in, gave some guidance or input. So that project is working to finalize design and will go out for bid here shortly. Historic District Sewers Phase 4, 5, and 6, getting close to going out to bid on that as well.
Bid in fall of 25. We were supposed to have been bidding in 24.
Yeah. Yeah, that should be 24, sorry. They all say 20. Yeah, sorry, bidding in, yeah.
So,
well, winter does run till February.
this is also November tomorrow.
Yeah, no, it's supposed to, that should be fall in 24 and start in 24. So.
We'll get into more details about that when Kim gets up.
Well, or you can ask right now. This is why I have them here.
Well, this is November. Got 2 months. Is it on schedule? I don't, because
Yes, sir, it's on schedule.
I keep asking about it, and it's next
And the
month,
reason this has to, not only is it a priority for council, it has to get done. Our reputation's on the line. with the Department of Environmental Services because we have a grant tied to Support Connections, and that grant expires in December of '25, not a fiscal year, but calendar year '25. And clearly, we do not want to leave any grant funds on the table, nor do we want to return any. So yes, sir, this is on track. We will be working with procurement to get this out to bid before the end of this month.
And when you say this month, you mean November?
Yeah, I'm already a day ahead.
Well, yeah. I would say the end of the month would be today. Yeah, so it'll go out to bid in November, which means it'll probably come to y'all in January for award. And then we'll have to, and like she said, we'll have to get it complete to make sure we meet our grant guideline.
That'll be all 3 stages, 4,
That's
5,
the
and
last,
6.
yes, all
Yes,
4,
sir.
5,
4,
and
5, and
6.
6 are all lumped together. Yes, sir.
Bridge Street Streetscape, we have phase 2 on that. I actually signed the public project application for that the other day. Bidding for that's supposed to be in spring of '25, and then construction start into spring, early summer. And that'll be the phase that I think they workshopped with y'all as well a couple months ago, and that will go from Calhoun all the way to Wharf, I think it is, up through there. Well, or until where the pavement, we got to repave. Boundary Street lighting, working on that as well.
Would
It's
you
actually,
stop 1 second, please? That's one of mine that I've been following for years. When should we hope to see something on the Boundary Street?
we're just waiting on installation from Dominion. I don't know if Blakely, she's here. I don't know if we can put her on the spot if she has an update.
I'll get you an update by the end of the meeting.
Thank you.
I think we have 2 or 3 that we've awarded that, like, I think Wharf Street, this one, that we're just waiting on installation. So here's Pritchard Street, just kind of an overview of that project. It will include a sidewalk on the east side, so we have sidewalks on both sides, drainage improvements, as well as making the temporary speed bumps that are there permanent, and addressing some crosswalks as well. This is Bridge Street Extension, the second phase. Again, we talked about this, about trying to come across the river, to have a sidewalk across the bridge, and just trying to tie it in to Calhoun and take it down to the end of the street. So things that are in design that we're looking to bid out in 25, 26, which would be the second year of the strategic plan. We have Boundary and Calhoun streetscapes. We have the phase 3 of the pedestrian improvements, New Riverside Linear Trail phase 2, which would be from May River north. That is, we would look to pave the other portion of it. We're paving the southern half now. We would look to do the northern portion next. Expanding the restrooms at Oyster Factory Park. The comprehensive drainage plans, as you'll hear from Kim and her staff when we get into resiliency. We've been, and you've heard from them as well, some of the watershed studies we've done and the projects that are going to come from there. When they start recommending projects, we're anticipating that is a very broad. We don't know what they're going to be yet, but we're anticipating when we start getting projects from those studies that we're going to start budgeting and designing in 25, 26. We'll see the first ones of those start coming down the pipeline. Townwide wayfinding signage. One of the things that we're doing right now is we put in to do a review and update of our wayfinding signage. We're having to change some anyway because we're going to have to re-identify the Welcome Center from the Hayward House to the Squire Pope. We also are noticing that some of them are starting to fade. They don't meet retro-reflective standards and stuff like that, so we're looking to get some recommendations, and we'll bring those back to council as well, and then budget that in the next fiscal year to look to expand and update the wayfinding. Sarah Riley Hooks landscape development, that'll just follow after we get the renovations done. We'll have to do the landscaping.
Just one. Click back on there 1 second,
Yep.
Stephen.
Yes, sir.
The pedestrian safety improvements, we've been talking about this for a couple of years, and we were, my understanding was we did a study or whatever, and it was supposed to be moving forward so that we could start doing partials, you know, in our high.
Yes, sir.
We've done phase 1.
Dangerous areas like Calhoun and May River, you know, where it's just an accident waiting to happen and we see it. So where are we
So phase 1 has been complete. Phase 2 is actually
Out to bid.
out to bid right
Well,
now.
actually, to
Phase
be
one is
awarded,
where?
you'll be asked to. approve
Phase
the
1 was like
contract.
Goethe Schultz, what that area.
Our first priority was compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, and therefore the studies that were done were assessing our crosswalk intersections and in bringing those into compliance. As town manager said, phase 1 has already been completed. Phase 2 has been designed, out to bid, and a contract will be coming forward to council for award for construction for phase 2. Phase 3 is currently under prioritization. Staff just had a meeting this week on it, and this is moving beyond the historic district, again focusing on ADA compliance. We will be, as we're discussing for next fiscal year, a couple of ideas bringing forward on what can we partner further with DOT on additional, beyond compliance, additional safety features.
So phase 2 is.
Again, crosswalk compliance. ADA compliance is what we're focusing on, so that we're in accordance with federal regulations.
Does phase 2 take in the areas of my concern, May River Road and Calhoun? Does
For
phase 2
crosswalk
cover that?
compliance, it depends on what you're asking for, sir. If you're asking for flashing lights, no, sir. Right now, phase 2 and phase 3 are all ADA crosswalk compliance with advanced warning systems, for detectable warning systems for safe crossing for people with disabilities, sight disabilities.
So some of the things that I think you may be asking about, like speed bumps, raised crosswalks, stuff like that on Calhoun, those will be part of the streetscape projects when they're done. So like when Boundary is done, there'll be raised crosswalks that go through it. There'll be speed bumps. There'll be the safety improvements, permanent features that go there. But we don't want to go and improve the road for those features and then come back 6 months later and rip the whole road up. And so they will be part of that actual streetscape project.
I thought we all had a conversation about doing something just for pedestrian crossing. I mean,
And that's what this is. This is pedestrian crossings to make them meet ADA and safety
And
guidelines.
I will say too, to add, in the afternoon, under the key topics, to get more direction from council, is there's pedestrian safety, where we're talking about the flashing beacon lights and things like that. So, and I know they have some, I believe, some maps and some visuals in that presentation, too, I
Yeah,
think,
that's
about
what
what
I'm
you're
talking
talking
about.
about.
because
We get
this
more in
was all-
detail with
this was-
that, yeah.
This came up a couple of 3 years ago
You did.
because we all saw the danger there where people are walking out in the middle of traffic, and it's just a matter of time before something happens. I've seen many, many close calls. So, I mean, everywhere I go, I see, push the button to walk, even on Buck Island and the Parkway. I noticed there that, coming across to Eagles Field, there you can push the button and it tells you when to go, when not to go. Something, because I think it's an accident waiting to happen, and I just personally like to see it prioritized and get it done.
Heard,
Thank you.
understood, and like I said, we have it on the agenda for this afternoon to get input, and we'll make sure we bring that back up, take that down as a priority when we get there. All right, I know this is difficult to read for everybody in the room. Y'all have it in your binders. This is a calendar that we put out to kind of show the process for everything that's going forward. It's over 2 slides. The key to highlight on there is when you see red is construction. So you can see like Wharf Street lighting, we're just waiting on it to be installed. Like HD Sewer Phase 4 is anticipating, construction starting in the spring. Phase 5, spring, 6, spring, law enforcement, Bridge Street, streetscape, so you can, but y'all have that, so y'all can see a little closer in your calendar. We get this, you get updates for it on a regular basis. So that's just kind of an overview of CIP. Again, we can get into anything specific this afternoon as we want to, or if you have any questions on any specific project we didn't talk about, be more than glad while we have staff here to try to answer anything we can. Yeah, and we're ahead of schedule. Good. So we can. That's
the way I like it.
I know our BJWSA's presentation is not till noon. So if you want, we can move into the topics that we had, the topics for discussion. We can take a little break, we can get those pulled up, and we can start there if you want to.
Yeah, we might as well, lunch is what, 12 o'clock?
Lunch is 12.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a working lunch with the presentations.
Maybe take 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll go until lunch gets here.
Sounds good.
That way we can get done by 2.
There you go.
You good? Okay. So we are a little ahead of schedule. So on the agenda, what would normally be next is our working lunch, and we would have a presentation from BJWSA, and then we have USCB coming in and talk about the ambassador program and some things they're wanting to do there. But since we're ahead of schedule, we're going to go ahead and jump into the discussion of key topics. And just for the public, so you're aware, is throughout the year, there's some things that may come up at a workshop, at a council meeting, where council's like, we really want to talk about this at some point in time, but it's not on the agenda, so we keep notes and we say, okay, well, strategic plan is the time to talk about those things. So that's why you'll see some of these key topics. These are things like you heard the mayor ask about something a little bit ago. You heard some of it come up from public comment. These are things that we want to make sure we have a time to actually set aside to discuss and get guidance as staff so we can make sure that we're going the direction council wants to see us move forward with. So the first one we have that we're going to go through, well, I just kind of talked about that entire slide. So, and these are the topics here. You have the agenda. The first one we're going to go through is land acquisition. So one of the goals for council is to, we actually set funds aside to acquire land throughout the town. Part of the priority with that is to reduce the amount of development that is either already on the books or that could potentially happen. Also preserve nature, green space, buy it for potential use, like we talked about earlier with Buckeye and Simmonsville for a future like a park, or we've bought land for affordable housing projects. So we want to make sure that when we're acquiring land that it meets a purpose that is a goal of the town. So a couple things I want to talk about just that are underway, that are under consideration, that we hope as we move forward within this strategic plan that we'll work to accomplish. The properties you see in green right here, these are two that we just applied to the Green Penny for on Wednesday, or no, today's Thursday, on Tuesday. Sent an email to let y'all know. We will be, deadline for this quarter is today, so we wanted to make sure we got it in time. And then they will review it, and they'll let us know if they have any questions, and we'll go in front of the Green Penny to try to acquire those two pieces. We're also trying to acquire this one that's in between, but that one is tied up in some legal issues, and we're trying to find who has the ability to even negotiate or work with us on a letter of intent. So just for the process, what we do is we get it under control through a letter of intent. And then once we have it under control with the letter of intent, we have a price that's been established with them. Our price is based on the appraisal of the property. We'll go to the Green Penny and ask them to help pay for the cost. If the Green Penny approves it, there is some requirements that get put on here where we cannot develop it for anything except for green space, maybe a passive park, stuff like that. So this one's a little unique. We've actually removed, there's an 80-foot movable right-of-way that sits on that property. We did not make that part of the application for the Green Penny because we want to purchase that with town money, because if we do, then it doesn't take the ability, we own that separate from the Green Penny, which means if we need to build a road or access or park and have a driveway through it, we have the ability to do that with it being separate from the Green Penny. So that one's a little unique. But we hope to, we don't know the date of when we'll go in front of the Green Penny right now, but we hope by first of the year to hopefully be moving this one forward. Any questions on that one?
I have a question just in general on the Green Penny tax. So to know how much funds we're able to expend from what's been collected, is there an allotment of what the amount that Bluffton brought in from that? And is that the basis of what we're allowed to apply for, or is it blanket?
It's countywide. It's blanket. So whatever they have funds for, we can apply for as much as we want, and anybody else can as well. Now, they do keep in mind, based on what the committee told us, where the money is being distributed through the county to make sure that, like, all of it's not going to just one area, but they don't have, like, the town of Bluffton has $5 million set aside. It's just through countywide.
But they do have those numbers too, if we wanted to know, like, what Bluffton brought in from that tax sale?
They should, and that was when we had a meeting with them, all the mayors and managers with the committee, was that a couple months ago? That was one of the questions that the mayor asked is how much has been generated, where's it coming from, what are you using it for, what have you obligated? because at that point in time, they had only obligated 1 million of everything that they had generated. Since then, they've approved one with Hilton Head to buy Mitchellville the property there, but I think those are the only two they've approved to date with those funds right now.
And have they responded to give us an amount of what was generated?
They gave us some numbers there, but I don't think they gave us anything hard. We can ask that. I can get that information.
That would be good to know.
Marcia, will you make a note of that to help me remember? Thank you.
Before you go further, just for the, for the public, so the property here that's being looked at is not only used for the watershed, but it's also used to take development rights away, correct? You might want to just.
Correct. So currently, the way development agreements work, this property has no development rights currently associated with it. However, because it's in Buckwalter, if anybody buys it and they have development rights, they can move those development rights to this property. So if somebody who owned 90 residential units and 300,000 square feet of commercial bought this property, it's within Buckwalter, they could transfer those units to this property and build on it. Now, they would have to get access to it, but that they would be able to actually build on it. So this would take it so that it could not be developed for anything with the Green Penny purchase.
And Stephen, isn't there a stipulation that they gave us that you cannot, it has to be preserved as open space or green space?
Right, it has to have
No
a...
roads, no development rights?
It can be open to passive parks, like it can be nature trails, walking trails, but it cannot have anything else besides that. And that's one of the reasons we want to take the movable right-of-way out of the purchase, because if we want to have a roadway to go in so people can access the middle here where there's some upland for a park, we got to be able to get them in somehow. And when we asked them, does a road for a park count as development, they said yes. Pretty much they would want you to build a parking lot like here and up at the top and then have to walk through it. So we wanted to have the ability, should we need to put a road to get people to the middle of the park, that we can. The other thing is with that, it gives us the ability to put some stormwater facilities within that right of way if we need them as well to manage runoff or anything from that property. But it would take it out of the development, any potential development. It would give it to us for green space, and it is directly south of Willow Run, which is the next one I'll talk about here in a second. I can go to that unless there's any specific questions on this one.
I think I've already told Councilman, but the meeting that we had a couple of months ago with the committee, we cleared up a lot of misunderstandings about matching funds and all that, and I felt really good, like we've got a lot accomplished that day with them and a better understanding, and they were actually looking forward to us coming to them so that we could do something with some of this money, because it's a lot of money. It's $100 million, right?
Well, and one of the things that we heard was that they were surprised that more towns had not applied.
Right.
But we explained to them that part of the communication that was coming to us was that there had to be a local match. And very few towns, Hilton Head has a pot of money to buy land that nobody else has the ability to get. We actually set money aside for land acquisition, but a lot of towns, if they are looking to buy, $2 million worth of property, don't have that around to provide a 50% match on that. You're talking about having to plan, amendment, do a budget, find the money. And so they were curious why towns weren't applying, so we had to explain to them that the way it was told to us is that there would not be a required match, and the committee actually agreed with that. So, and they said they want to see more applications from the community, or from the towns and cities, and so we took that to heart, and we're moving forward with this. So one of the other reasons we're targeting this piece of property is it sits directly below Willow Run. And then with Willow Run, us and the school district are currently under contract to purchase all of Willow Run. So with that, the town would provide $2.5 million towards the purchase price. With our purchase price, we would actually buy all of the development rights off of the property, and they would go into the town's bank. We would own those development rights. Because if the school when the school comes back and they do anything for school facilities, you do not have to have development rights for school facilities, so the town would own all the development rights. We would then work to trade our property that we own, the one that's in the hashed red, for land up closer to 278. And we're looking at, right now, we are contracted to kind of outline where that property would be, because we have to identify that and set the boundary so that we can do the land agreement and the land swap. We're still in due diligence on this. The school district is actually the lead purchaser on it. So they're working through due diligence, and they're trying to finalize wetlands and update the wetland delineation. And we're also have to identify where the land swap's going to go, and we're starting to finalize that now. But it's still probably a few months out before this is finalized and we bring stuff back to council, because everything will have to come back to y'all to swap the land and finish up with the purchase and everything that's in the intergovernmental agreement that we have. We have shown interest in this property, the Mooney Tract, but it is currently under an agreement. We've reached out to the owner, and they know that there's some interest, but we do not want to look like we're impeding on an agreement they have in place, so we're waiting our turn. Should it not work out for them, we'll reach back out and try to work on that property as well. Just to remind, we did purchase the property across from Eagles Field. Yeah, we closed on that in March. That was part of our land acquisition. So we, again, took the development rights off of that corner. There was talks of apartments, townhomes, so we were able to remove that development rights off the book. We'll work with the community, like I mentioned earlier, for future plans for community space, park, and move forward with that. So those are some of the ones we've worked on, ones that we have under agreement. Just wanted to bring that up and see if there's anything. We didn't. We have a couple others that I will update you on at the council meeting, but I didn't want to discuss them here because there's some negotiations going on with those, so I don't want to discuss them in public. But I know there was a couple others that we had talked about and looking in that we are still working through, but I did not want to talk about anything that's under negotiation right now because it may impact those negotiations. But I'll provide y'all an update on that individual or specifically at the council meeting. So with that, we're just wanting to see if there's anything that you want us to target, anything you want to see us had questions on, or anything additional you want to talk about with land acquisition as we move forward.
Just one comment from me. I want to stay on track and keep focused on this as opportunities do come up. I think council's unanimous on believing that the more we can obtain and preserve, especially when we can get help from grant money, such as the Green Penny, that I want that direction personally to stay on track and keep our eyes open and find even more. I don't know how.
I agree.
Oh, sorry. So I said, I personally would like to see us stay on track and continue to look for opportunities to purchase more property, reduce density in agreements that are already there, and just keep our eyes open and stay on track as far as anything that comes up that makes sense for the town to purchase and preserve.
To add to that statement, I think we should also make sure that we keep a balance of the properties that we are trying to acquire for green space, to make sure we also don't negate the goal that we have too in acquiring property for the purposes of building housing for those in sense of like affordability in our workforce to be able to access. So we don't just get property that we can't develop for that purpose, that we're able to achieve both goals there.
And that's one of the, I agree, and that's one of the goals with the land swap here, because this property was originally purchased to be held for some affordable housing units to be built, and by getting it closer up to 278 where the intersection is going to be, the goal is still to keep affordable housing in that area. All right. Next one we had is pedestrian and safety improvements. I'm bringing Kim up for this one.
And I may lean on Pat as needed to correct me.
I'll stay up here for emotional support.
I'm gonna rub your jacket. You're fuzzy. Good morning. I wanted to, oh boy. I'm gonna put that down for a second. Wanted to give you an update on what has been accomplished already under council's direction for pedestrian safety improvements. Currently, as we just alluded to a little bit ago, things that have been completed are Phase 1 of Americans with Disability Act compliance for 12 locations within the historic district. Again, with the advanced warning detectable systems, bringing those into compliance. For this particular, and that's been completed for Phase 1. For this particular fiscal year, council funded us to not only complete Phase 2 within the historic district, but also to undergo a design and analysis for Phase 3, which was moving beyond the historic district and implementing additional safety measures beyond just coming into compliance with federal regulations. Pat gave me the nod. So I'm not going to read this slide to you. You can see what we have done. What I will point out to you, though, and as I said earlier, we have already put out to bid Phase 2 for construction, and we will be bringing that contract to you for approval for construction of Phase 2 compliance within the historic district. Again, that will be a number of crosswalk compliance issues to bring it into ADA compliance. So just wanted to give you that update.
Will you hit on what the RFBs are?
Oh, yes. And, you know, because we're government, we love acronyms, right? The rectangular rapid flashing beacons, you can tell the teacher in me, right? RRFBs, which is, I believe, Mayor, what you were alluding to. If we can, is that me? Oh, Lordy. Hey, all right. Here's an example why we're moving beyond the historic district. This is crossing a driveway from one of the town sidewalks along Buck Island Road. This is clearly not compliant. It just gives you a visual example of, as we're improving pedestrian safety, we're also hitting in a resiliency point of view, alternate ways of transportation, and this is not acceptable for connectivity for our communities to be able to get neighborhoods into the historic district. So again, we had the 19 identified areas as high priority that are going to be completed by the end of fiscal year 26. We just met with our traffic consultant who is doing the assessment earlier this week. I think it was this week, and prioritizing where these outside of the historic district compliance issues will be constructed, prioritized, and we will be coming again back to you in 26 with a fiscal year ask for that. Additionally, we'll be moving on for inclusion of other locations outside of the historic district and a secondary priority. What I did want to point out to you, some of the improvements that have already been made, again, not only bringing those sites into compliance for crosswalk detection, but also there are some speed humps in areas. Not all of them have to be the mats with the bumps on them. They can be accessible this way as well, which is aesthetically pleasing with the brick pavements. And they already have installed an RRFB, the rectangular rapid flashing beacon, in some sections of town. This was done up on Red Cedar Road, and this is an example in the upper right-hand corner of what that would look like in the evening. And we have identified through this recent analysis areas, Mayor, to your point, that we could work with DOT on May River Road for several locations for putting these RRFBs in place. These are not, I want to control expectations here. These are not to stop traffic. These are to call attention to the fact that somebody has activated and about to enter a crosswalk. We will work closely with the police department as well as our communications and outreach teams to educate as best we can and push out that information, both for pedestrians and for drivers, what this means. Just because you push that doesn't mean you can walk into the road safely. It's not going to stop traffic. But what it does is alert drivers that somebody is about to step into the crosswalk. And state laws say that once a pedestrian is in a crosswalk, traffic must stop. So there is a huge educational lift on this on both ends. From a pedestrian point of view and safety, just because you pushed a button, don't walk in front of moving traffic. From a driver's education point of view, recognize not only are you going to break a law if you hit somebody, we all know that, you are also breaking a law if there's a pedestrian in a crosswalk and you do not stop. You can get a ticket for that. So a lot of education. But you will be seeing, as I said, this is currently, we've identified areas. You funded identification and design this fiscal year. You will be asked to fund implementation, construction of these into fiscal year 26. Again, along May River Road, we must do so in conjunction with DOT as it's not our road, okay? Oh, that's back to you.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a second.
You can push it back a little bit.
Okay.
Questions?
In looking at this, in trying to also keep what is DOT acceptable, our RFBs are, but also what is the character and feel of the historic district. This obviously is from our analysts, consultants' point of view, what we're suggesting, but are there other ideas that council would like to see?
Well, I have a question first before we get to that. You mentioned that there is communication with DOT on some of the potential pathways and pedestrian safety, whatever's coming up. Where are we in terms of communicating prior to them putting things down that we aren't aware of, i.e. that monstrosity of a speed bump right here off of Bruin and Goethe, and then some of the smaller pedestrian signs that are really short, like out in front of Squat and Gobble and I think Pin Oak that leads into there. I know like they put in things that the town itself didn't, and so these things pop up and residents are kind of like, well, who did that? Where did that come from? Like, do we have a line of communication open with these entities to know when they are about to place pedestrian items like those into the area that we could have some type of either input on?
Currently, no ma'am, we do not. Those signs being put up along May River Road, I thought maybe Larry's team did it. Larry thought CIP did it. It wasn't until we reached out and asked DOT, did y'all do this, that we knew it was them. And so, no ma'am, we do not.
So because we don't, is there plans to have conversations like that, only because if they're putting something in turn that's not going to be effective for what our needs are, that we're able to either make accommodations to ensure that what's being put down, maybe if they're not doing it adequately, we can in turn go back and do something that's going to benefit our residents and not have negative impacts?
We can certainly try, yes ma'am.
I think you told me, was it yesterday or Monday, that the district DOT person, she left? So we need to figure out who the new one is and build that relationship up, because she didn't communicate a whole lot, but if we reached out to her, she was responsive. But now that she's gone, we've got to see who's going to replace her, because both her and I think the assistant district both left recently, so we've got to work on that. The ones on Goethe are actually the county. So, and Larry has been in contact with them, and I've been in contact and told them, like, there were several issues we had with them. One, we didn't know they were coming. B, they put up no signage to let people know that they were even new or that they need to be prepared for it, because if you hit them that night, the first night they were put up, you had no idea they were going to be there. The other was to ask them if they could revisit and see, because if you drive over that temporary speed bump versus the ones we've put in, it's a lot more jarring. They have not decided to do anything to respond to those requests. However, it's out to bid right now to repair that section, and there will be permanent speed tables put in through there, which actually were identified as part of our pedestrian safety. So it will match our pedestrian safety program, but it will be permanent speed tables that are put out there to replace those speed bumps. But when we asked them if they could do anything in the interim, they told us that they would look at potentially moving them or address them, and they've done nothing.
They put a sign up now.
Yeah, they
that's
put
it.
a sign to let people know they were there, and that's it. But that portion where they put them on is county.
Comment, question. So, and I don't know how the DOT would respond. It may be, well, first of all, let me back up. I think all of council has shown consistency that we are all in favor of addressing the crosswalks. Where the main crosswalks are, and there may be others, but I would say obviously Calhoun and May River Road, we all know that one. And maybe down near Thomas Hayward would be another one, but at Calhoun, even if you had the blinking lights or some manner that we all have encouraged, the cars still come all the way bumper to bumper through the intersection. So I wonder if, again, we don't do something to delineate weight, because you could have a pedestrian, I mean, I walk all the time, you can start in, I have to go behind cars. I have to weave in between cars. So there needs to be a way to try to delineate that, or potentially, if the state would allow it, that might be a perfect location for a button for the pedestrians to push that indicates for the traffic to stop at that point. I thought.
Well said, Dan. Same way I was thinking. And you know, everywhere I go, you know, other cities, whether it's Charleston or Beaufort or whatever, I see places where you walk up, you push the button, you wait until it turns, and then you cross the road. These basically just flash a yellow light, is what you're saying. And this is approved by DOT? I mean, this is acceptable on a,
Yeah, it was just in the paper where Hilton had just.
This is what they're doing.
is this more?
This is the same thing they're doing.
Is it more effective, I guess is what I'm asking, you know?
Typically, and I'm not a traffic engineer, nor am I ever going to pretend to be one, sir. But typically, when you have those countdown and it's good to walk, don't walk, they're with a lighted signal. We don't have a lighted signal on May River Road in the historic district. So this is your option at that point. I can clarify with Colin and with DOT. But again, from what I've seen and read, those are at lighted intersections.
That's a good point. I hadn't considered, but it could be potentially the speed limit of the road may also allow something like that to take place. I don't know. You'll have to look into it.
Yeah, well, a while ago, Kim, you said that this was what seemed to be for our historic district, the most aesthetic or whatever. So I guess there's other choices. I mean, if this was what somebody said would, you know what I mean?
One other choice is a cross-arm bar with a flashing red pedestrian signal, which in quick conversations with other staff didn't seem to fit with the aesthetic of the historic district.
I would like to ask another question, and this is really for council. It was mentioned earlier, we know that we have two streetscape projects, the Boundary and Calhoun Street.
Yes, sir.
We know that Calhoun Street is going to be far more complicated
Yes, sir.
and disturbing than Boundary Street. So Boundary Street, we know is going to happen prior to Calhoun.
Yes, sir.
So Calhoun, along with trying to acquire all of the easements that are required for the utilities, could be still a few years out. I would think that council, if somebody wants to jump in and counter this, I would think we come up with a plan ahead of time at the crosswalks where there's still high traffic volume, whether it's Calhoun Street and May River Road, and not wait years, even if we got to come back. I mean, signs are signs, and solar is solar. There's things that we can potentially do now but without waiting for the construction date of Calhoun to be completed.
Well, and just, that would be separate from the Calhoun Street streetscape. When I mentioned that, what I was talking about was the raised crosswalks by like the parks and
Thank
the
you.
other intersections. The ones at May River, this is separate from
Thank
that.
you.
I agree that the crosswalks, I mean, I like the idea of these lighted signs. I think that it would be a big improvement over what we have now. It is very hard, in my opinion, and very unsafe. I also wonder if there's anything we can do at the two circles, the one out at New Riverside and the other one, because I think I mean, you see pedestrians trying to cross all the time. So I don't know if we can also talk to the state and the county about anything at the circles to make those safer as well. I also would like to make a priority of revisiting our speed limits, not only on the town roads, but talking to the county and the state. I think that that's a big part of what makes it unsafe for pedestrians, and then also obviously for road traffic.
And currently, especially at New Riverside Circle, we have undertaken with the PD's assistance traffic counts out there and have fed that information to our design consultant on what potential safety improvements for pedestrians crossing, specifically from the now Newtown Park at New Riverside Village across the street from the barn. How do we get people back and forth? And that's under review, and some recommendations are coming forward from that as well. This particular circle, we would have to push the county, because county and DOT, you're right, because they're not our roads. So what they have in plan, ma'am, I don't know.
No, we're taking.
Oh, we're taking it
you're
down?
taking- you're
I was
running
like,
it down.
what did I take down? I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah, when, and I know it's probably not we don't have the money to do it or any of that, but, the new Riverside Barn Park, we have somehow or another got to figure out how people can get from the 170 side, Four Seasons, Mill Creek, that whole area.
Trolley.
Across. A zip
But no,
line-
yes,
zip
it's a
line
highly
or
trafficked
something,
area.
You know, because it's questions from the public?
Now it is.
Yes, so still under pedestrian and safety improvements, one of the things that came up just recently was talking about bus stops and working with Palmetto Breeze to look at putting up some bus stops to help with safety for people who are waiting, give them a place out of the weather. And council said, let's bring that up in the strategic plan, so we wanted to put that on there as well. We've talked to Palmetto Breeze, and they've actually provided us, they have like a priority list of locations. Part of the issue they have is funding to be able to make that happen. So let me get closer, apologize. So part of that would be, if council wants to see this, is if we want to push it forward, we would probably need to set funding aside to work with them on identified locations and look at a design and program and start kind of doing it ourselves in cooperation with them. So wanted to kind of get with council on that and see if there was, if y'all, what your direction was on that, and if it was something you wanted to see us move forward with and continue.
Can I add just something to that?
Yeah, go ahead,
Steve?
Heather, sorry.
So too, I want to add that, like Stephen mentioned, talking with Brian Sullivan, who's the new director at Palmetto Breeze, today, I don't know if it's official first day, maybe today or Monday, soon. he did identify locations, and there's a memo that goes along with this presentation in your binders that outlines the locations that they have prioritized. So I just did want to point that out, that there is a memo that supplements this presentation in your binders, so.
Is there any information so far, Stephen, as to what that cost? Or
No,
per location? Or-
we wanted to see if it was something that was a priority for council, and then we'll go back and we'll start looking at the locations, the different design options, whether we want to build them to, build them from wood or order prefabs. The only thing that they've asked is they don't want any glass in them, because the glass is just hard to keep clean with dust and rain, and they don't have anybody to go out and Windex them and stuff. So they've asked for no glass in them. But if it's something we want to do, then we'll take those next steps and start looking at it and finding what funding we need to make it work.
So weighing on that, I think it would be a good direction to go into. And apologies earlier for my tardiness. I was at a forum sponsored by the Coastal Community Foundation of the Low Country, who's one of the largest philanthropy donors here in the state. And they were setting their vision, stances, and strategic focuses for the next 25 years. And one of the things that came in the conversation was public transit. And knowing that government can't do everything solely on its own, but along with partners, I think that would be a great opportunity to look at what we're able to allocate with funds, but also look at some of the larger employers in our area who do have employees that rely on public transportation to get back and forth to work, and also look at entities like the Coast Community Foundation who do have funds set aside for transit infrastructure needs and stuff like that, to see what and how we all are able to collaborate, so we don't just bear the responsibility of that fund, of funding that. But a good place to start would be, what is the cost to put in these bus stops at places we've already identified, and whoever the partners that come alongside us, if it's something where, we're able to put like a placard of some sort of who sponsored that particular bus stop shelter, I think would be great.
Comment, Heather, when Hilton Head put their bus stops in, did the town do that?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I believe the town did, but I'm
Shaking his head.
Yeah,
Yep,
I thought
that said yes.
I thought the town did. Not that we have to, but I thought the town did. I guess a couple of comments, and in the manual, it's got 7 proposed locations. We wouldn't have to do everything at one time. I think that they would still have to come back and identify their top priorities, even though they put 7, how much traffic how much ridership is being generated at certain locations to make sure that it quantifies.
And actually, if I could, in response to that, when I did ask Brian for ridership numbers for those locations, anticipating that question may come up. He said at this point, they did not, previously, they haven't tracked numbers for the Palmetto Breeze bus, just the larger buses. However, his goal is to track numbers so that they can justify, where those needs are for the bus stops. I will also say that, like everything, it's tied with planning. I know a lot of work that you'll hear from the resiliency part, probably right after lunch, also may coincide with the heat maps, as far as like where's the hot places, physically hot places, high temperatures areas, and that will help also locate bus stops too as well.
And I think I would imagine there's no one in this building today that when they go to another location of a city of some sort that has public transportation that does not have bus stops. And so again, I think it enhances the ridership, what numbers or whatever. And so I would be in favor of pursuing going down this road a little at a time. That's just me.
Okay, and 2, I will ask, I've been saying one of these days, I'm going to invite some other staff, and if council would like to join me, to hop on the Palmetto Breeze and go to one of the lunch spots, just to.
Yeah,
see how that works.
I'm also in favor of moving forward with this, but I would love for us to consider any kind of, when we're talking about the construction of the building, any solar options to allow for fans or any kind of heat, and for the summer and the winter. Am I not loud enough? Thank you.
How often and how many, how many of our residents actually use that transit system right there?
That's what we're asking for the numbers for them right now.
I need to know if it's even something that we need to consider based on how many people use it.
And a lot of that too, speaking with Brian, really starts with, well, like you said, just analyzing that, reviewing it. Even the drivers know what they think they need, but really probably starts with that bus stop amenities plan with those numbers and locations.
But while they're looking at that, we can figure out what a design price and have that information. So if we decide to move forward, we'll know what it's going to run.
Yeah, I would say, let's get some more information. I think I would be for it, if it makes sense and could be an asset to the people. But right now, we don't know enough to say do it. We just need to get some more information for now and move forward from there.
I think we have everything we need to, I'm sorry, go ahead, you have something?
Just to add in on it, I think it's important to know, like, this is, something that may be phased in over time, but I think a conversation that we've been having since, my first 4 year on council, and I know those before me have probably had it since then, is the need to try to utilize what we now have as an asset for public transportation through the Breeze. So our residents are not going to be using it as frequent, if before we had the transit system, it'd be hard to identify, well, who could use it if we didn't see people crying for the need. We provided the need and we're seeing people use it. Well, there's really not an incentive to go and wait necessarily for a shuttle if the weather conditions, don't lend itself for you to stand out to wait for that transportation or that transit. And as we see the increase, even with the congestion of traffic, and we want to push people towards that, I think it's effective to kind of look at this in totality of where are we trying to go, whether it's 2 years from now, 5 years from now, and we can't wait until like those right moments to say, let's create it. It's kind of identifying a need and knowing that that demand is there when we're able to supply a purpose for it. So I just want us to keep in mind that even if this is a phased approach, we have to make it make sense for our residents. And that's also including, do we have some type of ride share parking area to where people can park their vehicles to commute to be able to use this, because they all kind of work in tandem. And if we don't have those metrics in place, and it's kind of like, we're working against ourselves there.
If there's no other comments on this, our next one would be Green Initiatives. It is about 11:45. The lunch is here, so if council wants to, this is a good break, and then fix your plates, and then BJWSA is supposed to start presenting at 12, so that should line up just about right. And then we can get into Green Initiatives after that.
I'm going to get a hug from my grandbaby.
Tracy.
Are they over there?
Afternoon, it's 12:03. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having us. I'm Verna Arnett, General Manager at Beaufort Jasper Water and Sewer, and I was here last year, so I really appreciate being able to come back, and this year I brought Charlie Stone, who is our Director of Government Affairs, and Charlie is relatively new to us as well as I am. You've been here at BJWSA about
10 months now?
10 months. So we're going to tag team on this presentation, and we'll go through some things about what's going on at BJWSA, and of course, answer any questions you all may have. So I'll let Charlie kick it off.
Great, thank you, Verna. First and foremost, we did want to thank Mayor Toomer and Town Council for having us here today, as well as town staff and the public. We really appreciate the opportunity to update you on the state of the authority. I will say it's a little bit cruel to have to present while everybody's eating fried chicken and cornbread from Cahill's, but we will roll with the punches here.
I'll save you a bone.
See if I can get this to work here. All right, so I did want to just give a quick overview of what we plan on covering this afternoon. We're going to touch on our mission, our vision statement from Beaufort Jasper, a little bit of history about our organization, our present reality, some regional projects that are of interest, where we're at with our rate process and our capacity fee process, and then finally something that I'm very passionate about, and Mr. Bell on our board is here this afternoon. I know he's very passionate about it as well, but our initiative around unsewered and underserved areas. So I do want to begin with our mission statement and our vision statement because I think it's extremely relevant to where we're at today as an organization and some of the decisions that we're looking at undertaking. There's two general themes that I wanted to point out. Our mission statement states that we will provide quality services to not only our current customers, but our future customers. The second item is that our vision statement states that we will be recognized for our dedication to our employees, our community, and the environment. And so today, Verna and I plan on reviewing some projects and initiatives that are purposefully working to address both our mission statement and our vision statement. I'll also mention we have 244 employees in Beaufort County and in Jasper County, and under Verna's leadership, these employees work every day to carry out this mission statement and this vision statement. So this is something that we live every day at Beaufort Jasper. So I'm a little bit of a history buff. I'm a big believer in the concept that it's hard to know where you're going if you don't know where you've come from. And so I wanted to include a little bit of background on Beaufort Jasper's history because there's some parallels, some lessons learned from 65 years ago and where we're at today. And Mr. Rick Marsher is a family friend. I know a lot of our council members know Rick very well. And Rick, his great uncle, John Marsher, was actually one of our founding board members at Beaufort Jasper Water. And 65 years ago, whenever Beaufort Jasper was formed, in the early 1900s, our region was reliant upon a well system. And between 1950 and 1960, our region experienced the highest population increase on the Atlantic seaboard of 63%. So a story that sounds very familiar to Beaufort County today. Between 1950 and 1960, that population increase was due largely to civilians being employed at the military installations. And with that population increase, we ran into a circumstance where salt water began leaching into the water-bearing strata, and the municipalities, the military installations were in competition for potable water. And so the legislature stepped in. They gathered around the table with the municipalities, with the military installations, and it was determined that we needed a sustainable and a long-term solution for potable water in this region. And what was born out of that was the Savannah River Canal Project, the construction of the 18-mile canal from Savannah River to our Chelsea plant, and the formation of the authority. But I wanted to bring that up because if you think about where we were at 65 years ago, we were a region that was challenged. And through collaboration and partnership, we were able to work together to come up with a permanent solution and benefit the community. And so where does that leave us at today in our current system?
Okay, thank you, Charlie. So that was a great background on BJWSA, and it's quite interesting. So the organization today covers the 2 counties. The service area is about 750 square miles, which I think I said this last year. That is huge for water utilities, water and sewer utilities to cover that much area. There certainly are challenges to that from just a topographic standpoint. It's a flat area. This is the low country, high groundwater table. So the challenges of transporting water and particularly sewer over that area has necessitated a good deal of infrastructure to do that. So right now we serve the 4 municipalities in Beaufort County and Hardeeville and Jasper County. 48,000 sewer connections. We serve more water connections. Have 7 wholesale customers, including serving Hilton Head Island, Hilton Head PSD, and Broad Creek PSD. So our water system, the Savannah River is our primary source. I think it's very interesting, the canal that was built, the 18-mile long canal that brings water from the Savannah River to the Chelsea Water Treatment Plant, which is at Snake Road and 170. I think when that canal was built, it was about $800,000 to build that, and I can't imagine what the cost to build that canal system now. So it pretty much, it's a very interesting and unique. I don't know if there's any other water system in the world that has a setup like we have there. The treatment capacity there is 39, with both plants, Chelsea and Perrysburg, is 39 MGD. Perrysburg is currently under construction, and I'll talk more about that project in a few minutes. On the distribution side, we have about 1,500 miles of water main. We have many booster pump stations, fire hydrants, valves, and elevated storage tanks that we use to help meet our peak hour demands. On the wastewater side, we have a total treatment capacity of about 10.5 MGD. You'll notice there's a big difference on the wastewater side versus the water side as far as capacity. And that's because a lot of our water demand, particularly in the summertime, is demanded by irrigation systems. So when we do water plant construction, design and construction, we have to meet the max day of the year that our system demands from us. So that's why you see such a dramatic increase in the amount of water capacity that we have to have. We have 3 major treatment plants, 2 on the south of the Broad, that's Hardeeville, and then the Cherry Point plant, which is going to be starting construction for an expansion. Actually, I can say this in November, which is Friday, it will be starting in November. And then Port Royal is our major plant north of Broad. The collection system, as I said, about 48,000 customers, 1,000 miles of main, and that 600 lift stations, that's kind of what I was talking about with the challenges with this service area and the topography is we don't have hills that can help us transport wastewater. We have to rely on many, many pump stations in our system. So our realities. It's funny because the challenges that were met by the original BJWSA system, I feel like it's almost come full circle because we're still in that mode of having to meet the challenges of growth and also our aging infrastructure. So as we know, we've had an unprecedented amount of growth in this area. Certainly it's leading for the United States. It's one of the leading areas of growth. Our capacity limitations, I mean, that's why we have major treatment plant projects going on both the water and the wastewater side, is to meet that growth projection. Another thing that we're seeing, in addition to the need to have to build facilities, is the cost of these facilities. it was interesting because I was looking at our Cherry Point expansion, which is the one on the wastewater side. Cherry Point does serve the town of Bluffton. That project actually started in 2020. That's when the design was kicked off. In 2020, the estimate for that project was $31 million. In 2022, after the design was partially done, they did an estimate, they updated the estimate to $53 million. When we bid the project over the summer, our low bid was $107 million. So we have seen a huge increase, much more beyond consumer price inflation on the construction market. And part of that is, there's a lot of reasons for that, but that's a reality that we're seeing, and I'm sure that the town, you're all seeing that in some of your projects that you have going on. Unfunded mandates are one we just got handed to us in April, is the need to build facilities to remove PFAS chemicals, which, if you're might have heard of those, is called the forever chemicals. It's the chemicals that are used in nonstick items, such as pans. It's been used in firefighting foam, those types of products. So it's really widespread in our environment, and unfortunately, it's widespread in our water supplies. Fortunately for us, we're seeing it at very low levels. However, it's at a level, we're just at the threshold of what the regulation is. So we're in the process now of evaluating treatment technologies for removal of those compounds. Because of the things I've been talking about, the growth, the things that we need to do, we also have done a study on increasing our capacity fees, and these are fees that people pay when they buy a new house. This is fees that developers pay to buy into the system, and that will help us fund these growth projects that I was talking about. We also need to have our rates increased to keep up with inflation and some of the cost increases we're seeing. I think that's not a surprise. I think, you know, we're all seeing this in all of the rates that we pay for various services. So just to give you an example of the size of our capital program coming up, we have a majority of it in the treatment plant projects, and as I said, those projects are extremely expensive. They're very specialized construction, they require specialized equipment, and we're definitely seeing the impacts of inflationary pressures, supply chain, and those types of issues with our construction contracts. So you can see that a vast majority of the program is focused on treatment plants, followed by distribution system improvements, and then collection system, pump stations, and pipelines. So just to go over I was talking about treatment and kind of the costs that we're seeing for some of these projects. Perrysburg, the one that's under expansion now, the cost for that expansion, that was bid in the spring of 2023, I believe. It was bid shortly before I got here. $54 million for that expansion. And quite frankly, looking at some of these prices, that looks like a bargain. Cherry Point, as I said, we are at $107 million for the construction of that plant. We're also looking at potentially expanding the Hardyville wastewater plant in the future, and also providing an additional plant. And we're looking at the New River as a potential discharge point for that plant. So those are out in the future. We're studying those now and keeping track of our growth to see, you know, when we need to start really seriously looking at design for those facilities, but those things are on our horizon. And here's a few pictures of construction at Perrysburg. It's pretty impressive. I've been out there a few times and have been quite amazed at what's going on. But you can see just from the construction, the complexity of this type of a project to do, which is obviously somewhat reflected in the price tag. We're on schedule, which is always good, to be completed by the summer of 2025. We hope that we can start processing water, you know, early summer. and wrap up the project in the fall. So that definitely will help us from a system standpoint in our water supply. So we're really, really looking forward to that. And then the Cherry Point wastewater plant, we are, as I said, we're doing a groundbreaking next month in November. Contractors ready to start throwing dirt is what I've been told. So we'll get that one underway, and that also has a fast track. We've got some critical pieces of infrastructure that we're going to be fast tracking to get that in, so we can actually start processing additional wastewater before December of '26. But, you know, we have our permit for that. We've been permitted for the 11.25 that was received from DES just last month. So we're well on our way there to getting that expansion complete. And with that, I'll turn it over to Charlie to go through some other expansion projects.
Great. So I think when Verna and I walked in, Stephen had a picture of the new Palmetto Breeze bus, the Bluffton bus. And I'm not sure how we compete with the mural on that bus, but this is our new Buckwalter elevated storage tank, complete with Bluffton's logo and slogan. And it's a critical project for Bluffton as well as south of the Broad. It's going to add 1.5 million gallons to our storage capacity. And I did want to mention that our capital improvement program is truly what allows us to invest in our system, but also in the community. And our team at Beaufort Jasper, our former Chief of Engineering and now Deputy General Manager Paul Vincent, as well as Michael Hansen from our engineering team, have gone through an exhaustive process of looking at all 102 projects in our CIP and conducting an analysis and a needs assessment on each one of those projects. And so just the level of scrutiny that they put into this CIP in terms of deciding what is necessary for our system as we move forward has been truly remarkable. But Verna touched on many of our projects that are regional in nature, and most of our projects as a water and wastewater provider are regional and impact multiple jurisdictions. But we did want to quantify specifically in our CIP what impacts the town of Bluffton. And approximately $305 million of our CIP has some level of impact on the town. So it's no secret that we are a military community. Everybody knows the numbers, the multi-billion-dollar impact, the thousands of veterans and active duty that live in the town of Bluffton, as well as our other municipalities. I know there was just the grand opening of the new Veterans Affairs office in Bluffton a couple weeks ago. And so we wanted to highlight an improved partnership that we have with our installations. About 6 months ago, Verna and I had the pleasure of going out to the Marine Corps Air Station, and we had a meeting with Colonel Bortnam, who's the commanding officer at the air station. And similar to today, we walked Colonel Bortnam through our CIP, our challenges as the water and sewer provider, and we had a conversation on our installations and some of their aged infrastructure. So obviously we have a lot of very noteworthy capacity projects, but throughout Beaufort County and Jasper County, we have a large chunk of funds designated for rehab and replacement projects. And so in our CIP currently, we have about $45 million designated to our installations. Just to speak to one project that's noteworthy that we're really proud of, out at Laurel Bay, they are reliant upon a wastewater treatment plant that was built in the 1960s. That plant has a capacity of 0.35 MGD. The infrastructure is aged, and it is candidly in poor functioning capability. And so we have been working with Beaufort County, we've been working with Veterans Affairs, as well as the air station to apply for grant funding. Currently we have $9 million in our CIP, and we partnered with the county to pull in $3 million from Veterans Affairs for this project. I will note Neil Pugliese, Colonel Pugliese, who many of you probably know, has been instrumental in this process. Colonel Pugliese is the guy when it comes to all things military and bringing those dollars back into Beaufort County. But this is just one example of a project that is necessary for mission assurance and making sure that the installations have what they need to continue operating efficiently. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this. This is just a map of our projects for fiscal year 24 and 25 based upon location. So we've spoken to quite a few projects, capacity projects, rehab projects. Now, how do we fund these projects? So we have two main buckets of money that we can fund CIP projects with, residential and commercial rates, and then capacity fees. And we did want to highlight historically where we have been with our user rates. From 2013 to 2024, our organization has been mindful of how rate increases can impact customers. And so our board, Beaufort Jasper's leadership, has worked to keep rates down. But with that being said, we've had 7 years where we've had rate increases of less than 2%, so barely keeping up with inflation. In addition, we are in a similar circumstance with capacity fees. From 2014 to 2024, this chart shows what we've collected in capacity fees and then what we've spent in terms of growth projects. From 2014 to 2024, we collected $104 million in capacity fees. Over that same time span, we spent $134 million on growth projects and improvement projects in our CIP. Just to put that in perspective, the one project that Verna mentioned, Cherry Point Wastewater Treatment Plant, has a $107 million price tag, and so that single growth project surpasses what we've collected in capacity fees over a decade. So I did want to provide an illustration on our rates currently. So we are in a situation where we have the necessity of increasing rates. We have the necessity of increasing capacity fees. We have seen about a 9% rate increase across the board. In fiscal year 2023 to 2024, if you take a 7,000 gallon per month water and sewer user, they would have paid $105.34. That same user today would pay $114.97, so about a $9 increase. So what is a capacity fee? A capacity fee is a fee that's assessed for new development and customers to recover the cost of infrastructure that's constructed by the authority and to accommodate additional customers. And so throughout the past 12 months, we've been undergoing our process around capacity fees. It's been our goal to have a very transparent process, an inclusive process of the build community. And throughout the summer, Paul Vincent, who is now our Deputy General Manager, had workshops with the development community, and we brought in different developers. We walked them through our CIP, let them know that we were considering this capacity fee increase. And there was really a few things that we heard from these workshops. The first was nobody told us to stop building capacity. We believe there's a real understanding from the development community that these infrastructure projects are necessary for them to continue building. Number two was, is there a way to communicate a timeline and to provide certainty in terms of cost? And then number three was, don't blow up my current deal. So I worked at the Economic Development Corporation for 6 years. I heard often over that 6 years how capacity fees can be a roadblock to development. And so the last thing we want to do as the authority is to surprise anybody with any changes. And so that's why we have these workshops throughout the summer months. And coming out of those workshops with the feedback we received, We took into account the fact that we should provide a future outlook, so cost certainty over a number of years, and we took into account that there's projects that are in the works, and so if we could have an extended timeline out and have that deadline communicated. And so currently, up on the screen is our current water and wastewater capacity fees, which sit just at about $7,000 per REU. Our plan, which was approved by our board, is to allow our capacity fee to remain the same at pre-con. Currently, capacity fees are all collected at pre-con, and to stagger the increase to collection at meters, which will mitigate some of the carrying costs for the development community moving forward with these increases. The second item that we are plan on implementing is to have a multi-year phase-in approach. And so that was one of the items that we heard through our workshops. So I did want to highlight this project, and I really, the reason I wanted to highlight this project is to speak to the town's leadership on it. The town has long been a leader in the septic to sewer initiative. Throughout Beaufort County and Jasper County, we have a very comprehensive challenge of unsewered areas. Oftentimes, these areas are reliant upon septic systems, and there's an adverse impact to the environment or an adverse impact to public health. The town, and Mayor Toomer, I know, is very passionate about this, has long led the way in this arena, and Stony Creek is a great example of that. It's a great example of a project that's impacting our watershed in a positive way. Currently, the town, the county, Beaufort Jasper has monthly meetings on this project, and we have 70 individuals signed up to transition from septic to sewer. One of those parcels is actually the campground, which will be about 50 units, and so 120 septic systems are going to be decommissioned, transferred to public sewer, and that is going to have a direct impact on the May River. With that being said, I promised at the start of this that I was going to relate some of this back to our vision. In our vision, it states that we're going to have a dedication to the environment. And whenever I started at Beaufort Jasper about 10 months ago, Mr. Bell and Verna and our leadership formed an ad hoc committee focused on these underserved areas. And the focus of that the underserved committee was to look at ways we can move forward projects similar to Stony Creek. And again, I got to give the mayor credit. He was one of the first people I met with whenever I took this job, actually in February. He took me out on the river, and I helped him pull crab pots, and we talked a little bit about a potential project at Alljoy. And from that point, I started to become immersed in the Alljoy community, meet with the residents down there, learn what they were going through. And we found a community that was really distressed. People that had their quality of life was impacted by poorly functioning septic systems. And so we began working on a partnership between the town, the county, the state, opening up this dialogue. And over the past 10 months, we're very proud to report that our board in September has earmarked $4.6 million to a future septic to sewer project within the Alljoy community. Actually, first reading earlier this week occurred at Beaufort County Council, where they're going to designate $1 million to a future project at Alljoy. And then also on Monday, one of our team members at Beaufort Jasper, Ashley Goodrich, dropped off in person a grant application in Columbia to the Rural Infrastructure Authority and is asking for $1.5 million to go to this Alljoy project. And so our desire moving forward with the contribution from Beaufort Jasper, with the contribution from the county, and hopefully if we have success with RIA, is to precipitate a larger investment in the Alljoy community and continue cleaning up the May River one step at a time. And so I put this up here because it truly takes partnership and collaboration. I truly believe with Ms. Arnett at the helm and the new leadership we have, Paul Vincent, Michael Hansen, Jennifer Ray, the list goes on, that we're undergoing a culture change. We want to be a partner to the town, and we truly appreciate everything the town does and look forward to continuing to work on future projects with the town. And I'll let Verna close it out from here.
Yeah, and I think you can see what, Charlie, thank you. I couldn't have said it better than you, how this is an important initiative to us, and we appreciate your collaboration and leadership in these areas to really help us, because we can't do this alone, and we really, the collaboration is really what's pushing this forward, and it's giving us great momentum. And I do want to thank Mr. Bell for his leadership on our board, because the ad hoc committee that's been formed under this initiative has also given us the momentum to move forward. So Charlie has been awesome. He has, and I have to say this, Charlie, because what's allowing us to do these projects is Charlie's been instrumental in helping us get some grant awards. So we're able to reallocate money within our capital improvement program to help us fund these projects. And so Charlie's got a lot of irons in the fire, and I really look forward to seeing what he can do. He is very passionate about this community in our area, and it is such a pleasure to work with him and Mr. Bell and the others on the committee and with you all. So just wanted to say that, because I think that's, these projects are the ones that, you know, it's really needed, but it's the fun stuff in my mind that you can really, that we can all have this kind of an impact on the environment in our communities. And just, we wanted to close, you know, with a slide, just kind of, it goes with that collaboration theme. Understanding the unprecedented growth, I think we all understand the challenges that presents. Helping to educate customers, that's something that we've actually got a new person as our chief of communications that started earlier this year, and he has been going out to community groups, doing presentations, answering questions, really getting more of a chance for customers to be one-on-one with us. So if there are community groups that you have or your neighborhood organizations, please contact us, because we would be glad to come out and have those conversations with people. And then find ways to partner. I think, you know, our partnership with the town of Bluffton has been great, and obviously we've talked about some projects that are an example of that. So thank you, and we'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Anyone, questions?
Go ahead, Mayor.
I just wanted to take the time and say thank you to both of you, the entire group. For years and years, it seemed like I and Beaufort Jasper Water and Sewer couldn't get along because I was wanting stuff done, and there was just always a reason or a excuse not to do it or not have to do it or whatever. But since you guys have come on board, I've seen, and I say it all the time, a magical improvement. I appreciate very much that you see what I see as far as caring for our environment and trying to make our place all it can be and saving our natural environment. So, Charlie, you know where I am, and I think every day since we took that boat road, I've seen it. He's on a mission, and I really appreciate it, and I thank you for your support and willingness to help us all. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to, excuse me, I want to commend you as well. We were telling Mr. Bell this a little while ago. You know, one of the difficult things in life is when you work for a monopoly, and I have, and when you're a monopoly, you don't always see the world the way your users see it. And when Charlie was first making the rounds, and we met, I think we discussed culture. A culture change needed, the infrastructure in place for all utilities, whether it's electric or communications or water and sewer. Everybody signs off on a letter for each development indicating that the capacity is there. With the growth in Jasper County, going to surpass Beaufort County at some point down the road. The canal system you spoke to, the capacity and volume of the water that comes to this region, I'm assuming that the capacity will be there. I think I heard from one of your staff a year or two ago, we're good for decades. Is that a factual statement?
Yeah, so the Savannah River, we have a permit to withdraw from the Savannah River up to 100 million gallons per day. So our plant capacity is currently 39. When we have the Perrysburg expansion done next year, it'll be 54 MGD. So from a supply standpoint, we have plenty of, we're authorized to withdraw we have plenty of supply. On the treatment side, when we get the plant expansion done next year, we'll be good for many years after that. We're going to have to keep, obviously, track on the growth and possibly start another plant expansion at Perrysburg or wherever the planning shows it's needed. But yeah, that's obviously been one of our big focus points over the last year and a half that I've been here, and with Paul Vincent and Michael Hansen have been instrumental in leading those efforts on really taking a deep dive into our planning efforts to make sure that we're able to meet those needs. So that's the Perrysburg expansion on the water side, the Cherry Point expansion on the wastewater side are the two highest priorities in the system right now. And with those, and then the capacity that we have that we're able to pull out of the Savannah River will set us up well for several years. But as you can see in the slides I had, we're continuing to look at potential plant expansions in some other locations.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent presentation. Thank you for just bringing us up to date on all that you all have going on. I have two questions. Thank you, Councilman Nguyen, because that was one of my questions too. You mentioned the current treatment plant that you all are looking at, the Forever Chemicals. Do you all also currently have in your treatment plan like the microplastics and other things that I know has become a concern for many that are like sitting out in our waterways?
Yeah, there's this whole group of things called emerging contaminants, and microplastics is one of those, and that's something that the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency is looking at, and we're looking at that as well to make sure that, like with PFAS, one of the best technologies for that is activated carbon. So that's an absorption process. That activated carbon actually will help us with other things as well. But when we are looking at these technologies, we're looking at them for other possible uses, such as microplastics. And if we were regulated on that front, what would be the technology to do that? So the microplastics issue is a new one. There continues to be conversation on fluoride. There's several things still out there that we are tracking and looking at our processes and trying to do proactive testing when we can, when we have the methods available to us to do them.
And thank you. And my other question, I know, and everyone's definitely grappling with the ever-increasing costs that we see. Some of it is tied to inflation, but also greedflation, just because there's a known that we're going to complain, but we're also going to pay, as those at the top are profiting off of it. But if you have to go into an increase with capacity fees and other things, are there considerations being given to the most vulnerable of our communities who currently take advantage of your incentive, I know, for impact sewer fees to tie in, but will considerations be given to how that impacts those who kind of are already struggling financially to be able to afford some of those costs?
Yeah, that's a great question. And we currently have some programs, I know, like capacity fee credits are given to our municipal partners for infrastructure projects that you all do, and I know that those are used in those cases. Charlie's been working, and we have a local government ad hoc committee that we formed that's also looking at ways we can better partner with our communities to address, workforce housing, economic development issues, because our capacity fee credit program is used kind of inconsistently at times, and we really want something that is consistent and works for everyone. We also have programs on our rate for water and sewer bills that can help people with bill payments, which is a separate program. So we have some programs. I think that the workforce housing is one that we're continuing to look at, because that has been brought up quite frequently.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and for your partnership, especially with these sewer projects. I think the question that I've received the most, and I would love direction on just how to, speak on how to educate our customers. But quite often I get questions as to why our water is brown, and honestly, I don't know the answer to give them. So if you could help me with that, and if any of the improvements that y'all have talked about would address those issues that I think residents see on a regular basis.
So what happens is manganese, when manganese is dissolved in the water, you can't see it. When it gets oxidized, either by chlorine, air, that's when it precipitates, and it can cause color in the water. So normally, and manganese is a mineral, so it's not that in and of itself is harmful. But what happens is, over time, that manganese has settled in our distribution mains, and when the flows are normal, it just kind of stays there. It's when we have a hydraulic disturbance, like when the flow reverses in the pipe, or when there's a higher velocity that may be caused by a demand, such as a fire flow, irrigation, those types of things, that's when it gets disturbed. So the Perrysburg plant expansion and the Bluffton tank project that Charlie talked about should help those, because that's going to help stabilize water flow direction and pressure in the system. So those flow fluctuations should be minimized. We are also starting, and I think in November, we have dedicated people to what we call unidirectional flushing to get that. We call it legacy manganese, but to get the manganese that's in the system to flush it out. And that's more than just going and opening fire hydrants, to flush it out. It's actually going out, doing a planned, systematic approach where we close valves, we do high velocity flushes through lines, and we do it on a stepwise fashion where we're starting at the source and we're going to the downstream end. In areas where we have done that, that's been successful at really reducing complaints. So we can only do that, though, right now in the kind of the fall, winter period when our water demand is lower. But we're starting that, and that we have some hotspot areas where we're going to start working on to, and our goal would be to get the entire system flushed. And those two things should help those issues significantly.
Questions from anyone? Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I think it's Miss Sarah.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
How are girls?
Everybody's good.
Are they?
Growing like crazy.
I bet. I got one at home.
Got another one coming next month. Number 5.
You're gonna have your own basketball team. You got ways to go though for
I
softball.
got 16 already. So.
I know.
Is this the correct? It's already up there. Yep. Awesome. Thank you.
All right, I'll give everybody a minute. I know people want to hear from you.
Can I sit this?
Of course, you can. So I can read in your fancy water bottle. But I love them. I used to be able to find them at the cash and carry in Walterboro all the time.
I need to get
I was like, my daughter stole my water bottle. I was like, nice. Thank you.
What, to take the school water?
Yes.
Being fancy today?
Always. It's whatever I got. All right, what am I doing? Is that the clicker? Oh, Lord have mercy. This is fancy. Nowhere to talk.
Okay, in my defense though, I've never seen an actual like, not even like Perrier is that fancy? I know, because I heard they are. Where are they based out of?
I don't know, but it was out of Corner Perk, so I got it. So
They said LeBlue is like in South Carolina. So that would be great if they are. Unless somebody just pull my glasses off, so now.
That's what I told him, I'm gonna move it till 2, and if y'all ain't through, I'll see you later.
Well, here, you might not break all the technology. Man, really good. Good afternoon. Am I talking to? I'm always afraid. I'm going to yell. I'm going to use my coach's voice, and then I'm going to yell.
That's right.
People don't respond well to that.
Hey, this girl's got a voice. Can we everybody pay attention? We got to get moving.
Yeah. Hello, we're moving on to the next presentation. We have USCB here, so go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Beachkowski. I am the Executive Director for the Center for Low Country Hospitality Education, and this is Trey Ramsey. He is our Assistant Director. Trey and I both took over about a year ago into the university structure, and we're here today to talk to you about the Bluffton Ambassador Program. So if you're not familiar with the Bluffton Ambassador Program, what we are is a partnership between the town of Bluffton and USCB, where we work with the community to talk about the history, the culture, strategic priorities and plans, governmental structure, and the ecology surrounding Bluffton. So what we are is a community outreach program that has been implemented in a partnership. So we wanted to give you a brief update today about what we have been going through in the past year and where we look to be headed. So as I said, Trey and myself took over about a year ago, but this partnership was established in 2017. With that being said, we were the new leadership in 2024. And what we'd like to do with our training and the direction that we're headed in, as I'm sure you're all aware, is move back to what we were doing pre the pandemic. So during the pandemic, a lot of our educational programming went to Zooms and went online in order to best service the community. What we're finding is everyone would like to come back face-to-face. We would like to have more face-to-face trainings, get out into the different gated communities, get out into the community at large, and also work with our student-based population. We are on track to hit 500 served in the course of this partnership. Last year alone, in 7 sessions, we did train about 100. So there are 4 ways that we're looking that we would like to improve our partnership, work together to really get out with the community. Number 1, increasing engagement and enrollment is something that is at the passion and the heart of what we would like to do here. Heart of the Low Country, right? So we want to get out, spread that message, and educate as many people, whether they are newcomers to Bluffton, whether they are students, whether they are workers in the community that may just come in for the day that work in our communities and come back out. But we're very, very proud of this community, right? And we want to talk about it. So we have a couple different ways that we would like to do that, to implement, including junior programming, which I'll talk about in just a moment. We would also like to engage at a higher level with social media and the chamber collaboration. So getting on the different marketing platforms. We have now a Bluffton Ambassador social media page with Instagram and Facebook. We are just ready to launch that when we're all on the same page with that, make sure that that's A-okay with everybody. We can promote engagement and events here in Bluffton, historical significance, and basically, if you guys are familiar with what used to be Man on the Street, so if we were out in Bluffton for the day to showcase a festival that would be going on. And you'll see us at festivals and events working. You'll see a USCB tent, We do survey collection data as well through the center to give feedback to the community about community engagement. The junior programming is something that we're currently implementing on the island. We have an island program as well. Next week, we are set to deliver to 5 different 4th grade elementary classes, specialized island ambassador training at the 4th grade level. I do have a background in education. Specifically, the reason for 4th grade is the state of South Carolina focuses on South Carolina history in the 4th grade. And if you're unaware with 4th grade social studies education, there is very little given to their local areas. So we always talk about we want to engage and educate our youth. We want people to be proud of where they're from. Well, I don't believe just going out at the adult level and teaching about that is how that happens. We've got to work and engage our youth. So if we start at the elementary level, move up, move through the high schools. We've worked with the high schools on the island as well, and last spring we had the opportunity to bring out, what was it, about 30? Bluffton High School students visited the campus. We ran the Bluffton Ambassador Program with them, and they toured the campus. So it gave them an opportunity to be educated about the community, as well as take a look at a college university. The last piece you'll see on here is merely, and I'm just going to say it, logistical paperwork. We're on a year-to-year extension. This has nothing to do with budgetary constraints. We would revisit the budget annually, but from where we stand, having to renegotiate every year on an annual contract, the easiest way for me to explain this is if you got a credit card and it opened and it closed annually. So the account closes, and then we have to go back through reestablishing it annually. And that's not done here at USCB locally. That's housed through USC in Columbia. So there is some lag, and it does take some time for continuity in the program to continue. So again, that's just logistical. So we would like to move, currently what we're contracted for are 3 sessions a year. We've been delivering up to 7. We want to target different audiences. We have general sessions. We are looking for a place to house these general sessions going back face-to-face in the community. A place such as this would be great, or town hall. But one of the other things that we've seen great success with some of our ambassador programs are specifically with businesses who have brought us in, especially during their new hire orientations, to train anybody, especially in the hospitality industry. Or actually, I've worked with the Palmetto Breeze bus drivers out here. They're a fantastic group. So as they're driving and they're driving through the communities, they can talk about the culture and the history. So we would like to just take a look, and we were always open for feedback, but looking at moving from 3 sessions to 8 sessions annually. We wanted to talk about working with the gated communities. In particular, they tend to bring in, and they have their own facilities that we can work with, so we can work with their event coordinators. We worked with Pinecrest twice last year. I've been to Sun City as well. And it's a very, I don't want to say a convenient way, but we know who the audience is. It can be planned in advance. We know who's coming. And then if they have any particular questions to submit in advance, then we're able to address those at that point in time. At least 2 general sessions, which is what we're doing now. And we still will maintain that we'll do virtual sessions for anyone that would like to have that. We're open for feedback on what would be the best timings for those, but we'd really like to see that increase in engagement. And we have no cap on attendees, however much the space can hold. So if we're going to be in a facility such as this, whatever the cap is, that's as many people that could sign up. We do host the ability to have sign up online directly through our site, so we can manage that. We do hold a database of those who have been trained previously, and they do receive a PIN. So then they go into our registration, and then they have a PIN which they can wear. When we talk about social media, we just want to get the word out. I feel like a lot of people are totally unaware of this, and when they find out about it, they get very excited. They tell other people. So as many platforms through social media and with marketing through the town and the Chamber of Commerce as possible. We are just looking for those partnerships, and anyone that would like to work with us. I was just at the middle school yesterday on the island, and they put it out, and I got a phone call for 2 more businesses that want us to come out and train because they see it through social media. So once people realize that it's an asset, not only to their employees, but just in general, to add to the value of life, of being part of the Low Country, being part of Bluffton, we would love to do that. Junior programming, what our aim would be in the next year, so the 2025, 2026 fiscal year would be, and Trey is handing out right now a copy of the workbook that we're going to be using going into the Hilton Head schools. At least 2 target schools that we could implement this with to increase engagement, get them excited about it. And again, we talked about the contract extension, again, merely paperwork and logistical. Budgetary, we would still revisit the budget on an annual basis, but this just keeps it in existence so we can continue with the rollover and the continued delivery of courses without any stopgaps within it. With that being said, we are looking to ask for a budget increase for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. We are currently operating at $32,500. We are looking to move to $40,000, primarily with that going into the program for the development of the programming, which you've seen. We would do a reduction in the consultancy fees because we would be housing that in-house. Marketing would stay the same at a flat fee. The printing rates would go up, but overall, what we're hoping for is to at least double, if not triple, the number of individuals served with that minimal investment, so we can get out and do that. So, and I want to be very cognizant of your time. So with that, any questions, and we will do whatever we can to answer those.
I think you briefly spoke to it, but under your department and your program, you all also provide data collection for like Bluffton hosted and sponsored events.
We do. So under the Center for Low Country Hospitality Education, we don't particularly have it in here, but it is another service of the center that we offer, is that we will come on site. We're contracted, we work together for surveys for any of your events to get festival data, collect the third-party data. We'll do an intake survey, we'll work with you to build the survey, and then we come on site, deploy it at the festivals, and then we do a write-up afterwards, we do some photos, and we do a debrief. We just worked a festival on Hilton Head, and we're getting ready to work concourse this weekend.
Questions for anyone? Well, thank you guys both very much, and keep up the good work, and we'll talk about things.
Oh, I understand. Thank you very much for your time today. You want to grab that?
All right, who's up, Stephen? Got 1 hour, guys, but y'all can stay here till dark, but I have to leave at 2 o'clock.
For us to be here.
When you leave, I'm gone.
Well, with that in mind, I will be expeditious. So, next thing we have is going back to the discussion of key topics, is to talk about green initiatives. We talked a little bit about this last 2 years ago, and there's just a couple things that bring it back to continue the conversation, because again, it comes up throughout the year. I want to make sure that there's any direction council wants us to move forward with. One of the things is a single-use plastic bag ban. This came up at Soloco. I was trying to remember the date. July 23rd. It went through. The reason it came back up is because county council brought it back up through one of their committees and recommended it go back to county council for approval. County council denied it at first reading, but they wanted it really to go back out and get public input and have some guidance from the community before it comes back to them. One of the things they're wanting to do is kind of close a loophole on the thickness of the plastic to make it so that it's true reusable and not some of the loopholes that are getting around it. When that conversation came up with council, it was kind of said, let's talk about a strategic plan, because ultimately, probably what will happen is they want to follow the same process they did with the original, which is to come to council and the towns and get input and guidance and see if it's something that y'all are interested in supporting. So we just kind of wanted to have it on there for discussion, so if when they start reaching out to us, that you're aware of it, and to see if there's any conversation that council wanted to have, and whether it's support, against, or any of that, or just give some guidance, and we'll go from there.
Topic we've talked about before, that existed before. At SoLoco, it seemed like they were going to get some more data.
Right, they were going to go back to the community and try to get input, and then reach out to the local governments and stuff.
My suggestion would be that we entertain them, let them come and do their presentation and take in all the information that they've gathered and what they're thinking about doing, and council can vote on it and say yay or nay and move forward. I mean, that doesn't really have to be an initiative for you.
No, mostly we just wanted to kind of make sure if they bring it, if we're like, council's not, we don't want to hear anything, council's not interested, we don't want to fight the fight. But if council is interested in hearing from them, when they reach out, we'll get them involved.
It's an environmental protection type topic, so I would say yes. I mean, personally, I'd listen to them.
And part of that, and I think what it was during the budget process that spurred some of the conversation, is I think they also want to get rid of styrofoam, which was one of the topics that came up, because I think Councilman Frazier wanted to make sure we talked about it, was styrofoam mostly is to-go containers and drink containers and stuff like that. So that's just another part to keep in mind, that if they bring that back, that's part of the conversation, how it would affect businesses and the community as well.
I'm definitely in favor of keeping the conversation open or entertaining it, particularly just because, like, as we're able to recycle a lot of the other items, the data shows that styrofoam isn't one of those things that you want people burning, or one of the things that's actually recyclable and ends up finding its way into our rivers, and the breakdown on those take, exactly, in order for it to actually dissipate. So knowing that our waterways are so valuable to us, we don't want that definitely finding its way there. But I think there are other municipalities who have adopted an ordinance that is inclusive of that we could also seek to gain some input, even when SoLoco makes their presentation. Like, I know downtown Charleston has that in their food and beverage establishments, where there's no use of the styrofoam or single plastics and stuff like that.
I'm in favor of additional discussion. I would think, I think what made it somewhat successful originally was the fact that it was universal throughout the county. So I can see some flaws. If I would think they would do a survey of some kind of all the municipalities. SoLoco could actually have that survey made and brought back to SoLoco, after it went to each municipality, and bring it back openly and let's discuss it to see where we are. Because part of the problem the first time around was, like our city limits, you got Sam's and Walmart right outside the city limits, and they weren't doing it originally. And some of the other big chain stores were not doing it, but then right in the city limits, we were trying to do it. And so it became a convoluted, controversial discussion with a lot of our vendors and, people like that. And hopefully they put more thought in, we all put more thought into it, because again, Charleston was the one I believe went out after we did our ordinance, because the bag was not thick enough, the mill. And so that was a lesson learned after the fact.
And the group that's coming to talk about this is the same one that worked with Charleston, and this is what their focus is. So I think they saw, again, learn from others, and now they're coming back saying, we closed this loop here, it's time to come back and address it here. But I think our understanding from council is it's something you're willing to consider, especially if we go through the process like we did last time, with the county leading it, the municipalities partnering with it, and it being a county-wide function, and then come back and see what the actual ordinance is and discuss it and see how it's going to impact. So that's, again, what we're just wanting to make sure as they reach out to us.
I don't think anybody's saying that we support it at this point, but we are interested in hearing the whole push, more details,
Right.
and then we can.
Well, and right now, we
Say
don't
yes
even
or
know
no.
what they're presenting to be able to support or not, right?
Exactly.
One of the other things that that we want to talk about was natural pesticides. This is something that Larry and I, Councilman Burden set up a meeting, and I know Hilton Head just adopted some. One of the things that we've started looking at is to use natural pesticides, and we're doing a test run of it right now. We were able to get the initial chemicals donated, and this is to replace chemicals like Roundup and other ones like that, which are more harsh. We're doing a test of it right now at Du Bois and Martin to see, because that's kind of two different operations. One's sunny and open, one's kind of shaded, and see how it works. We're wanting to get an idea on what the treatment cycle looks like, how much more treatment may be needed, if it's more, because if it's twice the chemical, we need to know what we need to budget and the costs and all that. So one of the things that we're doing right now is we're testing that, so as we get into the budget season for next year, we have an idea of what we're looking at, and the intent would be, if it seems to be working well, seems to be operating well, is we would need to know what that number is in our budget and look to do all of our parks so that we can have less strong chemicals that are in our parks and facilities that people would be, kids, animals would be exposed to. And again, Hilton Head just adopted an ordinance, and we're kind of following the same path. We're working with them, and they met with us, so we're kind of doing the sample test like they were, and then we'll see how it works out. Just wanted to put that out there, give you, if you had any questions, kind of show you one of the things that we're doing, and as we get into the budget, you'll see there might be some more discussion. The other thing they're asking us to do is to put a policy on that. So Hilton Head just adopted theirs, so we can kind of use theirs as a guide if it's something that council is interested in.
So how does this impact, because I know we had a conversation, myself and Councilman Wood, a while back when Dominion came in and did their spraying along our roadways and buffer areas. Is this an initiative or something that we would only have jurisdiction in terms of our parks that are currently being serviced, or would this be something that's applicable to third parties that do come in and do spraying of pesticides in other areas too?
So for right now, it would just be us doing it on our facilities to see, to start. If council wants to adopt a policy and look at that moving forward to make it a requirement for those that are treating within the public right-of-ways and stuff, then that's something that we can look at putting a policy in place for. I know the one on Hilton Head didn't go that far. It was an internal policy for how they maintain theirs. But if it's something where you wanted to get in, have that conversation, we could revisit that when we bring the policy and stuff in.
Right now, you're just experimenting anyway, right?
Right now, we're just trying
testing
to,
the
we're trying to
products.
test it and make sure that, see how efficient it is, because one of the things that we're trying to understand is, if it takes twice as much chemical and you have to treat twice as often, then we need to know what we need to budget for going into the year, and we need to know what our application process looks like, and just trying to get an idea of what it would look like to implement it, so we can budget and plan for that within our scheduling.
But this is two conversations, is it not? We're talking pesticides, and then you're talking herbicides.
No, we're considering them the same.
The same.
Yeah.
And the only comment to Bridget's point when we had that discussion was, and I would put this to our utility friends, all of them, I've never, and I know it's like every 5-year cycle, 5 or 6 year cycle that the spraying takes place on the herbicide side of it, but I just don't understand sometimes, why even Santee Cooper, when they go through with the transmission lines and stuff, in an urban or suburban area, I just, you got green, you got lush, you got beauty, and all of a sudden you got dead, and it just doesn't make sense to me in a, high traffic, high pedestrian area, residential area, that we would have that. So I think we should look at that.
And no, I brought that up because as we are speaking about green initiatives, they're two separate conversations, but it still brings us around the subject matter of implementing more green initiatives where we can that affect our town. And I know that the initial conversation of the herbicides is, I think, still equally as important because it killed much of the natural vegetation along those areas. And we had the complaints at the time of people who saw colored discharge going off into the May River. So it's like, if we're going to talk about the protections of our parks and other stuff, we have to be equally as concerned about what's going into our waterways and what's killing stuff along those right-of-ways and in people's yards, because those herbicides were quite lethal in terms of there have been vegetations that have not even returned in the areas where they sprayed. And so we should all be alarmed at what exactly was that. And if we can protect or prevent it while we're having these conversations, let's look ahead for that too.
Thank you. Next one is resiliency, and this is Kim and Bill, and I think Beth and Andrea are here as well, in case there's any questions that she can't get to.
Earlier, I've got my 18A for the afternoon as well.
And a lot of these some of this is going to be some that you heard when Kim did kind of right after Hurricane Debbie, where she did some initial conversation about some of the resiliency, but what you're going to hear a lot of is what we're working on now. And then there's some things that we're going to need your input on at the end, especially when it comes to doing future studies and guiding us with some guidance on where we want to see those studies so that we can start setting the funds aside to make those happen.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Afternoon again. I want to say thank you to my teams. I really am sure I don't need that. I bet you from here they can hear me in Beaufort.
For sure.
I'm good.
She's more than
He's
good.
taking his headphones off.
Yeah.
You're good. Please step away from the mic. You think? Yes? Okay, if you say so.
Unplug it.
And so thank you to my teams for your support, and to council and executive staff for your support over me the last year, and especially in coming and trying to get back up to speed after my absence for several months. And if I may, a quick happy birthday to you, ma'am, as I see you in the back of the room. So moving forward, now that I've just embarrassed Ashley, when we talk about resiliency, of course, has many components. So what I'm going to be focusing on today are the resiliency efforts that the watershed management team has been leading. That does not mean that there are not resiliency efforts that affect each and every one of our departments. So I don't want to say as though I'm speaking for the town in its entirety, but I want to give you these highlights because clearly, being an active storm season and seeing what we have seen and experienced and anticipate experiencing, unfortunately, more frequently in the future, or at least consistently in the future, how are we being proactive? There are a number of initiatives underway. I won't read all of them, but specifically what you have heard of and you will continue to hear more of, not only in this current fiscal year, but future fiscal years, are our comprehensive drainage studies throughout the subwatersheds of the May River and surrounding rivers, watersheds, our current Sea Grant resiliency analysis in conjunction with College of Charleston. Currently, you just had, as Kevin brought forth with Andrea, our So Loco Stormwater Design Manual updates and edits, which will be coming forth to you in the first quarter of 2025 for an update, as well as our May River baseline and the May River Watershed Action Plan and Model Report updates. We also, as we know, as we joked about it yesterday, SCOTUS changed the rules on WOTUS, which is the Supreme Court changed the rulings on wetlands and waters of the U.S., which remove some federal regulations and wetland protections. There are no protections at the state level. We currently have no protections at the town level for our wetlands. And coming out of our resiliency analysis with Sea Grant, as well as our comprehensive drainage studies, what type of future planning areas or resiliency zones may we need to protect in the future? So we'll talk shortly about that. And as Heather alluded to earlier, with the heat mapping for temperature vulnerability, this is a free program that's being undertaken and offered. Program's not the right word, I apologize. Project being offered by Furman and the Shy Institute for the town to do a truly heat vulnerability analysis for the town. One thing that's going to come up a couple of times is, as we've called it, the mermaid map. We are in what is called a Community Disaster Resilience Zone, CEDARS, and this is an act that has been enabled that helps to identify by census tract those areas of communities that are at most risk and vulnerable, not only to natural disasters, but also resiliency into the future. This may also include heat analysis, as we're talking about. The reason this is important, and I bring it up, is it's quite large. It incorporates not only the town of Bluffton, but also Beaufort County. For scale, we're talking Gascon Bluff down here. I'm projecting. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? Okay. Gascon Bluff, coming along May River Road. This is Buck Island Road on the western boundary, coming to Burnt Church Road on the eastern boundary, all the way up to 278. This is a CEDARS zone for us. It's important because it may impact a potential grant for us in the future. So keep the CEDARS in mind. It'll come up a couple times. Quickly, I won't read it to you. You can read, and this is available to the public. Our comprehensive drainage analysis that has been underway for couple of fiscal years now and will continue, as I said, has a number of purposes, primarily to identify and assess existing stormwater infrastructure within subwatersheds. We are currently focused on the May River. We started with Hayward Cove. Where are these assets? Who owns these assets? The town owns very few. What is the current condition of these assets? We're talking pipes. Right? Really? Pipes, inlets, that kind of thing. And are they performing as they were designed a number of years ago? And will they perform under future climate scenarios and weather scenarios? And if not, then who needs to do what and letting people know? And if they're ours, how do we plan accordingly for that? So specifically on this map, let me zone in on a couple of areas. The crosshatch green is the Hayward Cove subwatershed completed, and reports are drafted. We're drafting the cover letter to notify asset owners of conditions currently and what maintenance may be needed or possible upgrades. We have completed, and you've already had funded the work for Crooked Cove, which is around the Vista View area, as well as Girard Cove for those watershed assets inventory. The asset inventory was completed this summer. There was no egregious maintenance conditions found. The modeling efforts are now currently underway. The next area that we had proposed are Yuji and Verdier Cove to finish out the historic district, and that currently has pending a $278,000 BRIC grant, which is under FEMA review. We do not know when FEMA, as they have been diverted slightly this summer, when we may get a determination as to whether or not that grant is awarded, but it is under FEMA review. We do know that. So that is currently where we are, but what I really wanted your direction on, and staff would like your direction on, is yes, clearly we're focused on the May River watershed, but we recognize the fact the town has impacts across 3 watersheds, right? We have the Okeechee-Colleton, we have the May River, and we have the New River. And while we had already budgeted and have the grant application for Hayward and Verdier, no, UG, and Verdier Coves. We heard from our communities. We've met with our community members, representatives from Hampton Hall, following Debbie in particular, that there were drainage concerns and flooding areas localized within what we call and identify as this dark teal area, the Rosedew Creek sub-watershed of the May River. And so one of the questions we have for you, again, as staff, our goal is we're going to work through all of these sub-watersheds and identify all of them. We want to make sure how we're prioritizing and asking for funding support to undertake this work aligns with your priorities as well. So specifically, my question on this particular point and this activity moving into fiscal year 26 and beyond is, would you like us to continue with as we had proposed, finishing out the historic district and then moving westward through the May River boundary? Or would you like us to start to focus on the Rosedew Creek area first and then come back and pick up the Verdier Cove and UG Cove areas in a future fiscal year?
I can't, the Hampton Hall area, which.
It's within, whoa, sorry, excuse me. So here's Rosedew Creek. In Hampton, here is, wow, that is touchy. Here's Buckwalter Parkway.
Okay.
And the Kraken Circle.
All right, so that's why I was asking. Again, just one thought. And you tell me whether it makes any sense or not. The studies are great. We need to do them all. However, we know where we have two significant problems, being the farm area and the Hampton Hall area, which fall into the area that you just put the marker on. Seems to me that we would be targeting those sooner than later, if possible. I don't know if you can do it that way, to determine what we're going to have to do. It's going to take us years to get through all of this.
Yes, sir.
And so the sooner that we can come to some form of understanding of how to tackle those areas that we know are in need now, I think that's the best course of action. That's me.
I agree that I'd like to see Rosedew prioritized over finishing out Verdier, since we do know we have a problem there.
My opinion, Kim, that we already have those areas surrounding those coves scheduled to come off of off septic onto sanitary sewer. So this won't have anything to do with that, correct? Right.
Not at all. Completely different topic,
Right.
yes, sir.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So
Water
as-
quality and water quantity, really.
Right.
It's related.
So I agree. We know we have a problem out there at Buckwalter, even though it may not be technically our problem. There is a problem, and I think would be better to look into that, but I don't want everything just because. Are you asking? Do you want us to stop and go there and put this off? I thought that we are hiring a company, outsourcing a company that does the study anyway, right?
Yes, sir.
So,
And so what we had proposed was beginning this fiscal year, as we said, we already had the two underway, the one completed, and then moving in 26, we were going to come back in and get what we were missing in UG and Verdier, but recognizing what we just experienced, does it make more sense in a future fiscal year to come back and get those and start out at Rosedew Creek?
well, I think, when it comes, and I guess you're saying that because of budgetary restrictions?
That's what I was getting ready to say, is because the difference is when you look at the size of the watersheds, compare the the Rosedew watershed may be 3-4 times larger than what we've done. You're looking at a potential cost of our estimates up to,
We just, in looking at the work we've already done and have estimates on, we have not created a cost estimate, but our educated estimate, based on previous work, is $2 to $2.5 million to do that work through Rosedew Creek, and that would, of course, span several fiscal years. Number one, just because it's such a large area, it's going to take time to work up through it, to have boots on the ground, and then identify all of those, and it's expansive.
because we would need to go and locate the money for the budget to get that in there to start the process. So that's really what the guidance is for, is if this is knowing what we saw with Hurricane Debbie and knowing where we need to put priority, and if council's guidance is that way, again, we need to go and find the money to make this happen, and that cost is going to be significant, so that's where we're going for the guidance.
And I will add with that 278,000 Cedars grant that we have out, the brick grant for the Cedars zone, portions of Rosedew Creek are in the Cedars zone. We are not 100% sure if we are awarded that grant funds specifically for the geographic area that we dictated in the application, if we can transfer that over or not, because the Cedar Zone also is income-based. It's also, again, the vulnerability doesn't mean we still don't have that money in that grant. But I just to make you fully aware that the grant may, if we're awarded, may or may not translate to this new area. But I think I've got what I need on that one.
I have a question before you move on, Kim. So in the direction that you're asking us, my thoughts around giving a response is, so the funds that are going to be used is to be able to speed up, like doing the study in those two particular areas. Is the need to get the direction from us to appropriate those funds, so from whatever the results of that study are, if they find like we have like breaks or breaches in something, we would then be able to like source grant fundings or something to solve those problems?
Yes, ma'am, potentially, yes.
As long as that's communicated, because what I wouldn't want is like for anyone in the general public, especially those in those areas that were impacted, to think like the fund allocation here is going to be affixed to those issues, because those are issues that we can't, fix
Necessarily.
on our own. But, if it's going to yield results that would allow us to go after more funding for it, then I would say then that does make sense to prioritize them.
I think $2.5 million to figure out why the water's not moving is crazy. I mean, just seems like it to me. We know what our problem is.
Right.
Water's being backed up, blocked off or something somewhere. I know that's what it costs, I guess, but whatever we have to do. Your opinion, Dan?
I'm with you. I'm going to throw this on the table. I talked to the mayor and Stephen about it before, and again, I'll be long gone by the time this conversation comes around again. Maybe in a box, but anyway, Hilton Head years ago, they had massive flooding, and they went and they took control of the PUDs, and they took over the storm drain systems, and they put in the pumping systems to alleviate the flooding. And we've had these conversations that what we've learned is most of the areas that had the flooding issues were based on the 25-year storm, which is...
They're old.
They're old. They're not big
designs.
enough to handle the volumes,
Right.
the copious amounts of water that we see today. So that will almost have to be rebuilt at some point. But I guess what I'm trying to put out there is, and I don't know whether the study would indicate anything like this, and I doubt it, but at some point, this body will have to determine whether we do similar to what Hilton Head did to make things work in the way we need it to work. It doesn't mean there wouldn't be cost sharing with some of the developments, but this is down the road and thinking. It's not going to get solved today, but anyway. Yes, I want to see the problem solved sooner than later when we can.
So to go along with what you just asked or kind of insinuated, the studies would help us at least identify what's in the ground, what work needs to be done. So if we were to look at potentially taking over the system, we would know what we're getting into and what would need to be fixed. Because right now, a lot of it is we don't even know what's in the ground, the capacity.
Let alone the condition of that asset,
Right.
which is what Hilton Head did. They took over sight unseen stormwater infrastructure. Sight unseen.
Right, so this would at least give us the basis to make that educated decision on what's there and what we would be getting.
And I am going to circle back to that in a minute when we talk about SoLoco edits. So mentally, I'm trying to put a pin in it. Additionally, what you have heard and seen and experienced is through our grant, through our grant to, or our contract with is the way I should say, College of Charleston and the South Carolina Sea Grant Consortium is undertaking a resiliency analysis for the town. Primarily, we have done this through flooding impact surveys, both in person and online. In fact, today is the last day to fill out a flooding impact in your area, regardless of whether it's specifically in the town or in the greater Bluffton region, an online survey through Sea Grant to data collect and tell us where are we seeing flooding throughout this region to help inform a resiliency analysis for us. And to date, through our last public input session was during the Arts and Seafood Festival that in conjunction with the town's tent. So we had 171 flood responses to the survey already, and roughly 50-50 between in-person surveys and online surveys in response. Coming out of this analysis, you can see the outputs will give us maps and data of our infrastructure that we know of. And they are overlaying a number of flood risks and information with that infrastructure area. Some of the, in fact, the outputs of the comprehensive drainage analyses that have been completed are being fed into this analysis. And then again, we're going to identify, or they will, current vulnerable areas and a potential build-out analysis where future vulnerable areas may be, which may then lead to recommendations for future better planning efforts. And what exactly does that look like to be determined, as well as we will have more comprehensive data sets for us to update as we move forward, and an interactive mapping tool so that the public, again, can be educated as to where maybe some of these more vulnerable areas are. We anticipate a final report from them in January of 2025, and that is perfect timing for us as we are developing our work plan and budget requests for recommendations coming from this into FY26. Coming back to the SoLoco edits, as I said earlier, Andrea and Kevin brought this forward to you already in workshop, and it will be going forward in the design manual edits that are proposed through WAPAC and Planning Commission prior to coming to council within the first quarter of 2025 to make some Scrivener's errors edits, as well as the better site design clarifications and better implementation of stormwater practices. I don't want to go into that too much since y'all just workshopped it. But what is the tie back to comprehensive drainage and asset inventory is one key component of this edit of the design manual is the post-construction BMP in reports and enforcement of maintenance. It's hard to tell people to maintain what we don't even know they have. Remembering that a lot of developments within the Buckwalter area predated the stormwater review that the town currently does. Therefore, we have no as-built information. We don't know what's there. This way, when we go to enforce and say you need to maintain your BMPs from our own data set from comp drainage, that has a twofold purpose. It's going to help enforce SOLOCO and BMP maintenance, as well as help inform resiliency efforts moving in the future to hopefully alleviate flooding.
I want to ask you a question. You say we don't have as-built. The
For
county-
those older communities.
Right, but the county did that. The county is the one that signed off on the engineered
sir.
design drawings, and there has to be a paper trail somewhere, correct?
You would think, sir.
Well, even so, you still have the engineering companies that built them.
Well, just find out what.
Like
we
Thomas
could
and
find
Hutton
out.
designed most everything around here
Right.
back then. You could get those records.
I would think we could too, and if we knew what we had, then we could know a lot from that. Not everything, but that would tell us a lot. And I just believe that somewhere, somebody should be liable to have them. I don't know. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I agree wholeheartedly with you. The
So-
county, we don't have them. The county says they don't have them. We have discussed opportunities with Thomas and Hutton, and better yet, we still need to know the condition.
Thomas and Hutton said they don't have them either?
There are ongoing conversations, sir. Is it okay to move on? Okay, I don't want to, okay. And recognizing May River, surrounding rivers and watershed to give you updates on the baseline assessment. You know, the original assessment when Palmetto Bluff was annexed in, the town had the foresight to get a baseline of environmental conditions in the May River. That has not been updated since the late 90s, and the final report came out in 2000, I believe. So therefore, DNR has gone out, has done their data collection. We are going to have an interim report from them prior to the end of this calendar year, so that, again, recommendations that may come out of this report, we can begin to put in a budget request and prioritize what type of recommendations they may make based on their findings. We anticipate within the first quarter of 2025, we will have the final report from them, but at least we'll have informed decisions or informed process and decision-making for our ask for FY26. Additionally, out of the May River Watershed Action Plan Update and Model Report, we have a number of activities ongoing. We have, through the Water Quality Program, updated our data collection for both flow monitoring and bacteria loadings, and that'll feed into a water quality model that will be forthcoming more than likely for council's approval January of 25 for updating our current model that had some data gaps in it. Beth has now filled those data gaps, and that model will help us, as you can see, understand bacteria loadings as well as hydrologic processes, flooding, and as well as what kind of water quality assessment tools we may need to tweak along the way. Impervious restoration projects, we've talked about this a little bit in CIP highlights, and it does, as I said, fit into resiliency as well. This is coming from 11 initial sites. 3 sites refused to participate. So of the 8 remaining sites, the initial geotechnical work has been completed. Preliminary site design is underway, and we are looking to bundle those and bring those forward for impervious surface restoration. What that means is these areas that are highly asphalted or concreted, what can we do to keep stormwater on site? This serves 2 purposes. Water quality, it improves water quality in that if you don't have runoff, you don't have a mechanism to carry pollutants to the rivers. Any of them, right? Though we are focusing on the May River right now. Additionally, if you don't have runoff leaving the site, you don't have necessarily as much downstream flooding. So this will be coming forward to you as we start to bundle these projects and going mostly in partnership with a lot of the school district sites because they're highly impervious sites. A small example of that is actually the Pritchard Street Streetscape Project. It's a drainage improvement project as well as a partnership with the school district to put a bioinfiltration cell, call it a big rain garden, in the parking lot behind Town Hall, that's the school parking lot, that has flooding right now. So it'll keep water on site there and help drainage along Pritchard Street. It's just a small example of what these will be moving forward. We have identified 15 additional sites throughout the watershed to begin this next round of analyses for what might be a suitable area for impervious surface restoration. So you will see these coming forward out of the action plan as CIP projects. All right. Heavy. As I alluded to earlier, SCOTUS changed the rules on WOTUS, so we have to step in and do something. Recently, the Supreme Court redefined what a jurisdictional wetland was and was not. And by redefining that, it left a lot of ambiguity as to what is a wetland and pushed it down to the states. South Carolina State has no statewide regulatory authority or guidance over wetland protections. The town counted on the Army Corps of Engineers and federal regulations, therefore we had no wetland protections. Recently, we brought forth a wetland buffer as sort of a stopgap measure, and what we've heard is that's not necessarily applicable through the development agreements. So Beth has been instrumental in all of this work, but specifically setting up partnerships, as Stephen alluded to earlier, with SCELP and with SELC to talk with our legal counsel and statewide legal counsel. How do we develop wetland protection ordinances that aren't buffers, because that's why they don't apply in a development agreement. That's a design standard and it's set in a development agreement. So how do we protect wetlands moving forward that can apply throughout the town's jurisdiction? Additionally, as we're undergoing these comprehensive drainage studies and we're putting future rainfall scenarios in them, what resiliency zones and protections may we need to protect? I.e., analogous to a floodplain or a flood zone, but those FEMA flood areas are under Kevin's purview with building inspectors and floodplain and certified floodplain managers. But resiliency-wide, what can we help identify as areas that, folks, if you're going to build there, be informed that this may, under certain circumstances, flood in the future. Again, this is where a lot of these modeling and study efforts are leading, is that resiliency effort into the future. So what you will be seeing from us forthcoming is a scope of work to work with a consultant to draft both of these ordinances in tandem, and that will be coming in early 25 is our anticipation for a contract award on that one. Any questions on that? Because I kind of, believe it or not, I kind of glossed over it.
I just got one, and I should know this, but I can't remember right now. When a developer filled in wetlands, as they have done here in Bluffton at times, they could pay to wetlands.
A wetland mitigation bank, yes, sir.
Okay. So you say the state doesn't have a law to protect them. Is that a federal?
It was federal. It was federal. Because it was considered a jurisdictional wetland under the Army Corps of Engineers. And then if it was a wetland impact, then they would have to offset wetland mitigation and typically buy and preserve wetlands somewhere else to offset their impact to a wetland here. Sort of a rob Peter to pay Paul kind of thing, situation.
So now that that money has been paid in there, they had the money and now they're not protecting the wetlands.
Well, worse than that, no, the wetlands have to be protected. The money has to be transferred prior to any permits being issued and approvals. All of that fell under the previous ruling and definition of what was a jurisdictional wetland. Under the most recent Supreme Court ruling, the definition of a jurisdictional wetland has changed. So what the Army Corps used to regulate, they no longer can. It's no longer considered a jurisdictional wetland. So then rolling downhill, then does a state have a wetland protections regulation in place. South Carolina currently does not. Then it rolls down.
Yeah.
Sir.
I don't want to, I mean, we're running out of time, but the mayor's question was a good one. So at the federal level, you can mitigate wetlands. A lot of times financially, you mitigate. And so now that everything's changed, I guess the question could be, maybe it needs to come from the state of South Carolina to the Corps of Engineers, to your point, where's the money? I mean, you know, where is it? So
It's already spent.
It's
For
spent.
anybody
It is
who,
spent.
yes,
Okay,
sir.
gotcha.
For
Okay.
anybody who had a wetlands mitigation requirement, in order to get a development permit from us, we have to have state approvals before we can give local approvals. And one of those requirements is the Coastal Zone Consistency Act, what was DHEC, OCRM. Those, if we had to have an Army Corps approval, all of that has to be in place before a local development permit would be issued. And before any of those state level permits were issued, they would have to have had that mitigation in place. And for money that they may have collected, that money has been paid and handled at that level. All we know is they've signed off on it and said it's okay at the federal and state level so that we can progress at the local level. So we never got that money.
Gotcha.
If that,
Yep, no,
is
good.
that what I'm,
Good.
okay.
Yeah, and all I will add with that is what previously had to mitigate, when they had a wetland mitigation, required wetland mitigation, and they went through all that. Today, because the definition has changed, they may not have had to do that at all because they're no longer considered that.
They're not considered
Which is
jurisdictional
why we're trying to do
wetlands. There's
some
no
local
protections at this point.
Okay, we gotta keep moving on. I'm gonna go here shortly.
And what we are also proposing is moving into 26 for wetlands that we know locally have been impacted, is a mapping exercise of what has been impacted, perhaps what is not functioning properly, is moving forward, and there can be grant funds for this wetlands restoration program to identify, select these areas, and then potential restoration and or enhancement, if at all possible, that they could be even capable of storing more stormwater on site. And last but not least, for free, I'm telling you something for free. Again, Beth has been awesome in setting up all kinds of wonderful partnerships in mitigating and resiliency, and working with the Shy Institute out of Furman University, who is helping us with our resiliency analysis as well. They have, as a course level activity, done a heat vulnerability mapping. They were going to only do the Cedars zone. Told you we'd come back to that. Only do the Cedars zone. They ended up doing it for the entire town as a draft. And this tells us where we may be most vulnerable currently to heat and heat vulnerability. Again, especially if you put that Cedar zone on it, overlapping areas of lower wealth. In addition to age is a contributing factor, the social determinants of public health as it relates to heat. One thing that, and I'll bring it home with this and tie it back to buses, one thing of interest is, and again, publicly available and in your packets, the legend tells you anything that's sort of this magenta or hot pink is over 115 degrees Fahrenheit. One area that we have that is, wrong thing. There it is, right there is a hot pink. And the fuzzy outline is the Cedars. So that's Buckwalter, that's likely right around McCracken Circle. So in tying back to, we have people standing in the environment waiting for public transportation, and you can see the hot areas and the conditions that folks are vulnerably standing out in the weather. So another great reason perhaps to look at partnering with Palmetto Breeze in the future. And I'm done.
Kim, I think.
Almost.
Okay.
I forgot about this one. I thought I was done.
Well, add for the free that they will also then model.
Yes, so not, as I said, it was part of their coursework. Well, it's not only the coursework in developing that map, but also different mitigation scenarios and outcomes that may come forth that the town may or may not elect to take. So they're going to do the what-ifs for us, give us some papers and recommendations, and we can move forward. And just a quick snapshot forward, IT is working greatly with Watershed on creating a resiliency story map similar to our May River Watershed story map so that this information is publicly available. Again, transparency. We will be developing a resiliency plan based on all of these different studies that I've highlighted today, comp drainage, May River baseline, resiliency plan, all of that. So we will be developing a resiliency plan. And then this one, as Heather highlighted in ClearGov earlier, the critical or malfunction, what was that? It had a hiccup and pushed out.
Major disruption.
What we'll be looking for is the Okeechobee River baseline partnership in a future fiscal year. At this point in time, this may be postponed until FY27 based on South Carolina Department of Natural Resources workload, that they may not be able to take it on in fiscal year 26.
Thank you, Kim.
That's the hook. Get off stage. Thank you all.
So strategic planning is for council. So I will bring this back to council, and I know, Mayor, you stated you need to leave at 2. We have a few other topics here that were on the agenda. I do not mind if council wants to have another conversation. We can workshop these ahead of the next couple of council meetings and bring a couple of them each council meeting. You also have the items in your packet. We can try to go through a highlight with no discussion, just so you can see what we had in the presentation. I can try to hit those in about 5-10 minutes, and then we can, again, workshop some of these ahead of future council meetings. It's up to y'all. Again, this is y'all's meeting.
We can have a workshop before.
I still have a few questions not, that I would like answered at the end, just.
Well, do you want to go ahead and ask your questions, and we'll see how we're looking?
Just talk about,
Well, what's the consensus?
y'all
What he
can
just
stay all
said,
night.
what do you want to do?
Dan can run the show, or Stephen can.
What do you want to do, Emily?
I would like to stay just, and we don't have to go through the whole packet word for word, but I have a few things that I would like to talk about that we might address in the next little bit or might not. I'm fine with the quick, presentation and then.
I'm leaving.
We'll go, so you have some questions that you want to talk about now, or after he?
I think after I go through.
No, I mean,
Okay.
if you want to skip it, that's fine. I can just talk about my questions I have.
No need to
Sure-
add
sure meeting.
more up there to talk about if we got time to.
And you can still leave because.
Yeah. Listen, I can stay a few more. I got 3.7 minutes left.
You had questions.
So I can, and they're going to fall into different categories, so I will apologize because they're a little all across the board. One thing was about the historic preservation and just going through. I know we've talked about trying to clean up our contributing resource list, which I think Glenn is trying to do. It looks like that we were going to talk about that, so I will certainly read this, but it is important to me that we do identify, I would like to see Glenn identify what contributing resources, he would recommend staying on the list and those that he would, I don't have Kim's voice.
Nobody does.
I would like to see Glenn identify what contributing resources he believes should stay on the list and off the list. Obviously, I know that that's coming up in the packet, so I'll read it, but that's something that I wanted to touch on. Another thing was, and I don't think this falls into any category, but the planters around town. I know that those get changed, we said twice a year. I think that thinking about trying to do that more than twice a year would be important. I think twice a year isn't enough, and so I'd like to talk about maybe 3 to 4 times a year. looking at those. Another thing was just cleaning up our UDO. I think there's some common sense UDO amendments that I would like to see. I know one thing came on about the carports recently. I think there's some other things that I would like to see, including the materials allowed and design features specifically in the historic district. And then also potentially adding additional ADUs for larger lots. Something else in the historic district is just the continued enforcement of no trucks. I think that that's something, I know I keep sending you pictures. I feel like I see them every day. Yesterday was a CVS truck that obviously had no reason to be downtown. So that's something that I also want to see. And then maybe the last one would be some sort of, sorry, I don't think I'm talking into this correctly, but I feel like I've seen an increase, something with our tree mitigation. I feel that quite often you see the silk fences put around trees or in construction zones that are supposed to protect them. I don't think that they are. I feel like often we see that somehow these trees get accidentally, the roots are damaged or the trees are damaged and therefore have to come down. And so I think that we might want to consider, increased fees or something for when these trees are damaged.
Just to go along with, several of the items you kind of hit on, I think it would be beneficial if you would like, instead of having, if we want to discuss some of those, we can, or if you wanted to come in with some of your questions, concerns, and meet with staff, like Heather, Kevin, and I, we can schedule some time to do that. And go through, like if you say you have like some common sense things that you want to look at, we can look at those because staff would need to put those edits together, bring them up through planning commission and everything, unless you have some that council wants to discuss
No,
at
but I
this
do
time.
think we had a couple people in the audience, I don't know if they're still here, that had public comments regarding those as well.
Okay.
I don't.
And with the historic preservation part of it, part of the discussion that was in there, and again, we can do ahead of a council meeting, is to talk about ways to, to give ranking or tiers within there to address, like, if it's on a historic preservation list versus if it's just on there for being 50 years old or whatever. Those would not be coming as a recommendation on anything to remove or not remove. It would just be when those questions come in from somebody about removing it, that it would give you kind of an idea of where they fall within those tiers. But we can, again, workshop that as ahead of a council meeting and get council's guidance on that and go back and prepare whatever council's direction would be for that.
We are, I think, in agreement that we need to look at that list and clean it up or make it bigger, make it smaller, whatever, but find out what's on there, what's gone, what's been rotten and fallen down for 20 years since it was put on there. Some of it exist. So it needs to be tidied up, cleaned up, and that way we can tell what we've got and what we don't have.
And that was part of the conversation today, was to show the tiers, make sure we were looking at the right direction, and then give direction for Glenn and staff to go back and start working on that. But we can bring, like I said, we'll take what we didn't get to and bring those as workshop items. The other one that would probably take a good bit of time for discussion, figured there were 2 or 3 that would, and that was the resiliency, just because it's been a hot topic for this year, and I know we've heard a lot from the community, and we've been working on a lot. The other was the historic preservation, and the last one was the noise ordinance. One of the things that, and so what Heather may do is she was going to have that conversation, is reach out to you individually and just to discuss the noise ordinance and concerns and recommendations, so we can start compiling stuff together to look to on how we want to move forward with making those amendments. We were hoping to have some of those conversations here today, but we can do those individually and figure out how we want to move forward from that.
If I may, on the noise ordinance, I would rather have a collective discussion on that with council, like a workshop item, not individually per se. That would be me. I think there's some brainstorming that needs to take place as a collective group. I think we'll do better on that subject if we do it that way. That's just me. I don't know how the others feel.
I'm open for either, whichever direction council wants to go.
I mean, like we said before, when we tried to discuss it, there's a lot of moving parts in this, because we're gonna have all kinds of public outcry or input, whatever, some good, some bad, whatever, but it really affects a lot of people, so it almost has to be, I don't know, what do you think?
A public
It really does
workshop.
need to hear what the public says, and then we try to make the best we can out of it. So.
Any other discussion from council before you adjourn? I will say if there's anything you want to talk about that's on here, staff is here. We'll be here for afterwards if you want to sit down and have a conversation on any of these topics or anything else that you had brought that we didn't get to. And then like I said, we'll take the 4 items we didn't get to and bring them for workshop over the next 2 or 3 months.
You're not even going to do your 5 to 10 minute overview?
I can. All right. So affordable housing, just so you knew what the topics were that were underneath there, one of the things we want to talk about was a question was brought up about doing a fee in lieu for affordable housing units. Example of this is out on 170 where we still have the non-affordable housing units are required to be built by Seagrass Station as we're getting ready to, that one's going to come up for closures. Do we want to begin to look at offering a fee in lieu so we can put that into our affordable housing program for those type of units? Or, as we've talked to legal counsel, is there a mechanism that we put into place to force people to build capacity that we may not, build more units? So we can have some conversation on that. Historic preservation, this is where we were talking about looking at some of the tiers that go along with not only cleaning up, but also trying to establish the different criterias that are that fall, like take the structures and kind of rank them, provide tiers to them. So if they're on the National Historic List or if they are a antebellum home, the historic value that they may provide to the district may be different than, as the mayor said, one that may have been tore down, but we still have it on the list as a contributing resource. So these are some examples of some tiers that we were looking at that we wanted to have some conversation about, so you can give some thought into that, and if you want to talk to Glenn or have some questions ahead of time, you're more than welcome to, and we'll bring that and we can workshop that ahead of the meeting. The Bucks Island Simmonsville neighborhood plan, some of that was just giving an update on where we were at and seeing if there was any questions or concern. One of the things that we were talking about is some of the things that are coming out. You're going to see a rezoning for a couple of properties with Miss Kitty and the property next door. And then just kind of working through some of those items. And then the noise ordinance, this was where Heather was going to go through and try to identify some of the areas where you've heard concerns, complaints, so we know where to go. Because if we start talking about completely scrapping the ordinance and rewriting it, you're looking at probably a year-long process where nothing's going to be addressed. Because last time we did it, we had workshops and we brought in experts and we had public forums. So the questions that Heather was going to go through were more of, is it specific issue, specific parks, specific special events? Is it certain types? Is it time? Is it the quantity versus just saying we need to revisit the whole noise ordinance? Is it that music goes on past 9 o'clock, so we want to drop the hours for amplified sound from 10 till 9 or from 9 to 8? Or is it that we don't want to allow it at certain parks during the weekday and just on the weekend? Or is it the whole ordinance is horrible and we need to start from scratch? The reason we wanted to identify that is because we've had the ordinance in place for 10 years. We've only written, I think, 3 tickets for noise ordinance in that time. One of them is actually coming to court here in a couple weeks, and it's a private inside of a neighborhood. Very few complaints come to the police department about noise in our parks for special events. So we wanted to make sure that if there's one specific issue that is causing concern, that we address the specific issue and not start from scratch and waste and address it now instead of redoing the entire ordinance and not addressing the issue for months. Just because we came with what we thought was a solution to at least address the specific issue. And then once we got into more and more, council's discussion was like, look, if we're going to open up that, then we need to revisit more. But by revisiting more and again, if we rewrite it, then we're going to have, it could be a year's worth of events that take place that you're still going to get complaints on with no address of the concern. So we wanted to see what the specific concerns were within the ordinance that we need to start looking at. It may be fixing 3 or 4 sections within there versus rewriting the whole thing. Or it may be part with the special event permit ordinance that needs to be addressed to limit, special events at certain parks at certain size. Part of Oyster Factory is we could have the conversation like with Wright Family Oyster Factory, some of these smaller parks where parking may be a little tighter is we'd limit it to a certain number of people per event, which would help reduce some of the impacts. So I think it was more of understanding what those specific concerns were. So again, we can workshop that in front of a council meeting, be thinking about that in the interim, and if you have some specific concerns or issues you've heard, feel free to reach out to us so we can be, because if you're like, hey, I want to discuss this at the workshop, let us know. Staff can do some research. We can come prepared to better discuss, because if you bring it up just at the workshop and that's the first time we hear it, we may not have, it may slow the process down because we won't be able to necessarily answer the question and discuss that night. So that was it. So that's the 5-minute overview. And if we are done, then thank y'all. And we always appreciate getting y'all's input so we can make sure we're working on the same priorities and objectives together. And I would thank everybody in the community who stayed, and staff and everybody for being a part of this as well.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff. Thank you.